so profound.
Much wow.
Anyway, do you think that you are different, you are unique, you are, I don't want to say special, that's not the right word, or do you think that you perceive yourself as such because that's what we do? It's in our nature.
I think that I'm unique in the sense that we are not all just carbon copies of each other. I think that it's kind of like playing a game like Fallout or Skyrim or something like that, where like we are of that game, but the different routes we take makes us who we are as individuals. And so I don't think myself unique as in I am a cut above the rest or anything like that, but I am unique in the sense that my experiences are not somebody else's experiences, but we are all the same.
What's your stance on determinism?
My stance on determinism?
Yeah, you said something that kind of like set a thing off in my head, and now I'm wondering.
I'm definitely a determinist.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm not going to go any further into that. I just wanted to contextualize the thing that you said for me.
To give you a little bit of a reprieve, I don't know if I'm hard determinist or if I'm just kind of a soft determinist, but I do fall in the determinist camp.
Right, so like these routes that we take and like the things that we do because we had to.
Well, it's more like we do them because based on the past experiences we've had, it shapes the decisions we make in the future.
Just to catch you up, Hammy, I've decided to fight the hard determinism by using it against them.
Okay, go ahead.
I need to fight this right now. Do you think, Thrayle, that can you words are hard, man. There's like questions swirling around, but none of them are coherent. How fucking low battery warning. How often or how flexible is your identity? That's the question. How flexible?
Well, I guess we have to reestablish what identity actually is, right? Is my identity that thing I said about being a human feeling and thinking? Because that's...
I don't really think it is. I think you kind of dodged that a little bit. But
yeah, I did. I dodged really hard.
Yeah.
I actually had something I wanted to say, and I didn't say it, so I didn't quite say it right. Words came out, they weren't the right ones.
It's often. Me, at least.
Is my identity flexible or changeable? Is that what the question was?
How flexible? Obviously, it is. I know that it is flexible, right? But like some people seem very rigid in theirs, and other people's, like mine is like, it's like a wet noodle, basically, right? So
Sorry, I was loading dishes. How are we defining identity?
Know that we know yet.
Okay.
I think identity is just how one perceives themselves and others.
I feel like we might be, about to question a believer who might believe something. But then again,
God, he's such a fucking question dodger.
They're demanding to be let up.
Hey, that skeleton got me horny as hell, bro. Yo, skeleton got me horny. I'm just stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right
for
now.
letting us know
Yo,
that
skeleton
we're gonna
got me
block
horny.
you and you'll never be here again. Thank you so much for leaving your name in chat so we don't have to keep you on panel while we block you. You can fuck off.
Well, that was cute.
It's fascinating.
What a good start.
Right. I dodged a question for that, apparently. What was the
I
question?
think it's like your karma for dodging the question.
Is that my karma?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what karma is. What is that?
Don't. Not falling. Not
For
falling
dodging
into
which
the trap.
question?
You are.
For
Well,
dodging which
technically we're all questioners, so he is following the prompt of question the questioner.
Hammy?
But, okay, what was the question, Kat?
The question was, how flexible is your identity? I said some people are rigid in theirs, and mine is like a wet noodle.
Are you sure your identity is a wet noodle, or the ways in which you label it?
Be different.
If you're having, well, in one hand you might be a changing person who is not the person you were from one day to the next. And the next day you might be a well, hang on, I got distracted. Gee, I wonder why. If one day you were fascinating. I lost the entire point I was trying to make. It's almost like...
What's the difference between how I label my identity and what it actually is?
So if your identity is changing, you might be a different person from one day to the next. If you're just having trouble pinning down the labels and the words that describe the who that you are, that might mean that you're just, well, maybe you're not the wet noodle, but the words are.
I think that if I wasn't the wet noodle, I wouldn't have trouble with the words.
Interesting.
Right?
I don't know. Do you think perhaps it could be the limitations of language, the expectations some of these labels or boxes impose?
Oh, we're in the boxes again. I'd far prefer bats.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I think that the I think that there is probably core, like, central parts of who I am that are pretty static, right? Like that are unchanging, that are rigid. But I think there's a lot of it that's like pretty loosey-goosey and like kind of just moves through life in a wandery type of way.
Sounds like a label.
I don't. What is the label? Wanderer? Maybe so, but
Wanderer, seeker.
I don't really think I'm seeking anything.
I don't know that there's, I shouldn't say seeking, just wandering, just experiencing.
Yeah, I'm not really seeking for anything. I'm wandering, always. Maybe I am seeking. Maybe I am wandering, and maybe one day I'll wander into the thing.
Kamikaze says the full extent of communication relies on correct vocabulary, but it's difficult to obtain it. Do you think it's possible that you have difficulty with the vocabulary around the labels that you try to apply to yourself?
Were you asking Kamikaze?
You, Kat.
Oh, me. Maybe it's possible that I have difficulty around the labels that I try to apply to myself. Yeah, because I almost always find an issue with them, like almost immediately. No, that doesn't fit. I thought it did, but it doesn't really. There's an issue there. It kind of fits, but not totally. I...
Does it mean you're changing, or that the words just never fit?
Why do the words never fit, though? Like, there has to be words that fit. Have I just not found them yet? I know a lot of words, okay?
I know.
I may have started to find a box that I feel like I fit in, but I don't have words for it. Toaster, I don't think it's important to fit in a predefined model. I think that it is difficult for me to understand how to describe myself because I can't find the words or the box to put myself in.
I know somebody who might know some interesting words. Hello, Brad.
Hello, hi.
How are you?
Good, you?
Doing pretty good. Did you have any questions for the questioner?
I did. It was about something stopped your train of thought and you lost your thought and maybe frustration came through, but I'm wondering
Maybe.
something about thoughts being based in ego, or just allowing space for thoughts to be removed that are unnecessary, or thanking God for removing thoughts, really.
How do we, before we get to thanking the God that I know, well, you won't hold a firm stance on, how do you know which thoughts are, how did you phrase it? The ones that need to be removed.
Ego-based.
Ego-based. Okay. When you say ego-based, can you give me an example of an ego-based thought?
Maybe any judgment against, against any guest, or a comment, even a judgment against a comment. I guess it comes down to forgetting a thought is a good thing, because we deal with enough thoughts that forgetting a thought is just a thank God moment, I guess. But I don't know where the question is.
What was an example of an ego-driven thought that might need removing?
I mean, definitely just some first reaction to comments or first reaction to beliefs. For me, those are ones for me, I guess. But sorry, a little clarity, a little more clear in my head.
Do the thoughts need to be removed, or are there other ways to manage them? Should they be removed? Isn't that like ignoring something that might later be important?
I know what you're saying. Maybe it's like a focus shift, back burner, front burner type. Observation, like I think in DBT and stuff, they do treating thoughts like leaves down a stream, clouds floating by. It's observation, but not attachment. But I think that could be applied to beliefs, I guess. I know, don't read the comments, but VECT, I don't know all the therapies, I guess, but just the good principles, you can kind of pull them out.
Real quick. Morgan, lovely, sweet, beautiful Morgan, just sent a superfan box in the top left corner. 5 people can open it. Martha, one of those is for you. So in the top left corner, there's a little box. Click on it, and then 4 other lucky people can get a superfan box.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Morgan. Hope Martha's here.
She is.
Okay. We've had a really, really dreadful algorithm the last few nights. I don't know.
I think after the superfan box is it might be worth it to do the thing that you don't like to do.
That's what I was thinking about. Alright, so I don't like it.
To do it now, early on.
Yeah, we'll probably do that, especially if we don't get a new guest soon. Who knows? Maybe early Torite time will help. Either way, and I get to do it again if we restart. Branch, the last question I asked was if those ego-driven thoughts might be beneficial later. Can you remind me your answer? Is there reason to eradicate them, or could they be useful to keep stored away?
No, definitely useful to observe, to question, I guess. But the ones that do drift away, the ones that like cause frustration because we forget, I just think those ones are more a blessing than anything else.
Yep, now's your chance, Martha. Grab a box. Go up and tap that treasure box above the B in Batcolyte there. If you see it, Martha. Oh. Okay.
Can I do a question?
Losing track of Branch's answers. It did work, Martha. Sorry, go ahead.
This question, I guess, is for Kat. I never had time to ask.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do the frogs respond to music, or like to the flute, or just to music, or what do they respond to, if anything?
Each other? I don't know. I don't think anything. Not that I've noticed. I feel like I hear them more when it rains.
But nothing human made, no music, just rain. That's fun. Oh no. Whoever sent those, thank you. Barf. Love.
I've only noticed any difference when it rains.
No, I love it. I think I'll step down, you guys. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Brad. Big W's for Brad.
It's an interesting question. I liked it.
It was. Made just for you, it sounded like. I liked it.
I wasn't expecting him to say he had a question for me. I was like, oh. I was excited because a Brad question just for me is like so exciting.
Yeah. He brings good questions. Makes me think every time.
I can't wait to take him to lunch.
Pied Piper cat.
Anyway.
If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you think you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. If you've questioned your beliefs here before, if you have just been waiting to turn the tables to question the questioner, well, this is your opportunity. We might do a restart here fairly soon if we don't gain a new guest soon.
Is there one more superfan box? Is that what I see? Is that like one left?
It looks
maybe?
like there might be one left.
There might be one superfan box left. Everybody, thank you, Morgan, for being wonderful and gifting 5 superfans.
Hell yeah.
We should scoop that up because Martha got hers. So they are open for the taking. We should listen to the Hammy song.
Yeah, good to see you, Hammy. We've missed you.
Good to see you too, Blake. And everybody else. I've been away for a while, but I'm slowly creeping back in.
Just like that, superfan boxes are gone, but that's exciting.
Kat, do you also hoard pots even if you have no plans for them and have a really hard time getting rid of them or like letting go of them? I'm finally going through the plant production room and getting rid of all of the random pots that don't fit in any of the trays.
I have to go through occasionally and get rid of all the broken ones. And I haven't done that in about a year, so.
I know a reason not to do a restart. At least not yet. Hello, Martha.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm very happy.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that.
I have.
Hi, Martha.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I spent the day with one of my favorite sisters, and we were talking, and I just found out the church is they're working to double the number of missionaries so that they can begin new training for the second coming, which blew my mind.
Sorry, what was that? They're doubling the missionaries for what?
They're
The
wanting
second coming.
to take half of the mission. If they can double it, they would like to do half and half to begin new training in getting them trained for the second coming.
What does that mean?
They're anticipating the second coming.
But yeah, but
within-
how does one get trained for the second coming, I think?
Well, this is new. They have decided, from what my sister was telling me, they are, and I missed the big conference this year, but apparently they are, the way if I understood her correctly, and I think I did, they are anticipating this within our lifetime. Well, maybe not mine, but I'm getting closer to the finish line, but like in the next couple of generations, for sure.
Why are they anticipating that? Why? How did they make that determination?
This is from the prophet.
Oh, who's the prophet right now?
We just got a new one. I can't tell you his name. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
It's okay, I can find out pretty easily. That's what the prophet has said. Oh, goodness, that's really something, Martha.
I'm telling you, I was stunned. I mean,
How do you feel about that?
well, I don't really know. I'm still processing it, I guess. I mean, in some fashions, it makes me very happy, and in another, it's kind of terrifying.
You believe
Why
it?
would it make you happy?
Because it would put an end to all the suffering that's going on right now. The whole world is suffering. And it would give justice to the people causing all this suffering.
What is justice?
Justice is when you get what you got coming.
Do people get what they deserve?
Well, I've believed my whole life if they didn't get it here, they'd get it in the afterlife. And I cling to that desperately.
The first person I've known who has like really held to this belief because they need for there to be justice for like or retribution in the afterlife. What if there isn't an afterlife?
Oh my gosh. That's just almost too much to bear to even, I mean, I think about it, but then I immediately push it away. Like my soul rejects that. I just can't imagine that so much evil could go so unpunished. And there's no reward for the good. I have done more really serious questioning since I've come into your community. And I'm very thankful for that. Because
What?
pardon me, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, what rewarding does being good deserve?
To be where there's no pain, no sorrow. You can be with the people you love, and you don't have to be around the people that aren't nice.
Couldn't one find goodness in the pain? In the suffering?
I don't think anybody gets out without suffering, but that's
Well,
one. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm asking, it's not a problem, Martha. I'm more asking, like, can one find good within suffering, within pain?
I suppose if, well, I don't know how, that sounds kind of strange. I mean, it says that, the Bible says there is a reward for the martyrs and for the people who, I don't know. In that respect, I guess there can be good from suffering. But as far as anything else, I mean, I think suffering for, if you believe the Jesus and the God that, like, I grew up with, yes, there can be good in that kind of suffering. But I don't know, in the rest of the earthly suffering, like everything that's going on today in the world is just, I don't see where anything good could come from any of it. It's horrible.
If there is no, like, if this is not the end, and this is not the, we're in the end of times currently, could one not grow stronger? through the strife that one's going through currently.
Yes, but I don't know. It.
Could that renewed strength not be seen as a reward?
For me, it would make me more angry than stronger. It would just make me more. I don't know. It would make me it has made me a harder person. And I'm a very empathetic person.
That you're a very empathetic person. You can hear it in your voice. I wonder, like, whenever people talk about, I'm just curious if persevering through such strife could not be seen as good, and if that is good, then isn't the strength to persevere then it's a reward?
I'm sorry. Could you say that last part again, please?
Yeah, I'm saying that that I wonder if persevering through strife is not something that could be seen as good, and is having the strength to persevere, is that not in and of itself a reward for that goodness?
Yes, yes, it is a reward. But just to, I mean, the alternative is to completely not carry on or persevere, to, if you know what I'm saying, to just check out. But, and I mean, there should be more to the reward that, well, you didn't check out. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying it properly.
Oh no, I get what you're saying. There should be more to a reward than just continuing on.
You survived.
But if this is the only life we have, we see this strife, then would the checking out not be kind of something that getting past that and being able to not check out, is that not something that is good and could be seen as a reward, because the alternative is to check out?
I don't think I'm understanding your question. I'm sorry.
If there's no life after this one, and there's no ultimate arbiter that seeks out the justice, then would not that be it? Would not having the strength to persevere?
I don't know. It's very hard for me. I mean, I try to question, but it's really out of my basic indoctrination, I guess, to think that when you close your eyes that final time, that's it. Because then it's like, well, then none of it had any meaning. There was no point to it at all.
Well,
What do you mean by meaning?
Well, you know, like the people that have, you know, had very difficult lives and have suffered greatly. To think when they close their eyes for that last time, that's all they ever had was pain and unhappiness. And that's just so hard for me to fit in my head.
Because it's unfair.
Terribly.
Why should it be fair?
Well, I guess fair relates to the concept of it matters. And I'm not even really sure how to say it. I don't know, maybe it's just, I try and question it, but I guess there are just certain like blockages in my head that don't allow me to. The whole idea of you close your eyes for that last time and there's nothing else, it just to me seems so, it just makes no sense to me. I can't imagine that this brief moment in time is all we ever get.
What makes sense about waking up after that and living an eternal life that makes this one pale in comparison?
I don't know. I guess it's just
more comforting.
It's comforting and it's indoctrination. I guess just, the fact that I grew up on it, it's so hard to think that all of it was wrong, that there's no value and there's no truth in any of it. I mean, I know a lot of religion is purely to control the people, but I in my heart, I just feel like there has to be more to it. I mean, watching a baby be born to me is just miraculous. I mean, there has to be something that makes our life precious. And just to have this brief time on Earth just doesn't seem to me like it doesn't reach the grandeur of
what you were told would be there.
Yes.
What you were trained to expect.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Why should there be grandeur?
Because when human beings are good, we can be so good. And I think that matters. Or I sure hope it does.
Right. But doesn't it matter here that people are good and how good they are? What does it matter to the dead?
I don't know.
Wonderful answer, Martha.
I love you guys. You're so good for me.
Love you too.
And I'm going to continue listening, and I hope you get some more.
I love you so much.
People up. Have a great night, everybody.
Have a great night. We love you.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Have a great night.
Big W's to Martha as always. I don't think she's ever left this panel without a room full of W's.
I like Martha.
Me too. And, well, I do want to invite anybody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that to request up and join us here. We may end up doing a restart, though, I think. I think all 39 will come back. I think more will show. Let me just make sure that we are ready over on YouTube. Stand by, folks. And over here on TikTok, we're going to do a quick restart and make sure that you're following the Batcolyte or me and, of course, the panel. We'll be back.
Cross on the other side. It's just I've been on a couple of lives, and a lot of times I just like log out. My ears were peeled and eyes on this live.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And I apologize because I
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Blake. That was quick. And everybody else who's just coming back, make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. We're just getting our restart on, so we got to make sure we make up for lost time. Make sure you're tapping out all the likes that you can. There we go. I think we're back. Yeah, maybe. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Really just seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then, well, we might have a few questions for you.
Gosh, everyone else is so slow.
They are, or they're just not coming back. Waiting
Well,
for us to do that, to disappear into the ether.
yeah, everyone keep tapping and send out the live to everybody. Repost. If the day's changed, redo your heartbeat. If there's any religion that you could learn more about but don't really have a lot of access to like first-hand information about it or practitioners, what religion would you want to learn more about? Or religions.
If
There's
there-
several.
A religion I would want to learn more about from a practitioner. Is that what you asked?
Is there any that, yeah, or like that you don't have easy access to accurate, like first-hand information because of like a language barrier or there not being practitioners around?
I can't think of one off the top of my head that I'm just, eager to necessarily know that much more about. I am kind of curious about some of the practices and the Zoroastrian beliefs and on some of the ancient lost cultures, the Sumerians. What did they actually practice? Do we know? I might have to ask Dr. Josh that next time I see him. Do we know much about their worship practices or just the stories that survived?
There's this one goddess, I can't remember what their name is, but their statue is covered in these little, like, boobas. Like, some people say that they're supposed to represent teats, but that's probably not what it is. It's probably like wineskins or some other kind of bauble that is, like, around them. But it is, like, an extremely striking image. And we have like a couple really well preserved statues, but we don't know exactly what those baubles are or like what they represent within the practice. And that's I I always think about that when I think about lost, and a lot of indigenous stuff. But that one's a pretty striking example.
Violet's asking what pantheon.
I'm looking it up now to see if I can find it.
We do have a request. I'm gonna guess is not intentional, but if you meant to, please do request again. I only want to spare you if it's a pocket request. And if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, make sure you request on up. And also, let's try to get those tabs up. That's really the only way we're going to get out to the algorithm at all. If, at this point, maybe that and, I don't know, a responsible host who remembers to reset the gift goal and thank everybody for helping him achieve it. Yeah, that might help too. Thank you so much, Always Mustard. Also, thank you to Kiera, and I'm pretty sure that's a majestic moose I see in that list, and Brenna Green. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you.
It is Artemis of Ephesus, and the main statue is called the Farnese Artemis.
I see. And what is it you're wishing you knew about them?
Just the representation. They almost look like she's covered in like insect eggs or something.
Insect eggs.
Yeah, it's just a weird looking statue. I want to know what's going on.
Fascinating.
It's also a really interesting combination between like different cultures. She's wearing a hat that's a turret. There's like a sun circle behind her that has 8 griffins on it. There's a lot going on this statue. There's lions climbing her arms. Like, it just, like, the longer you look at it, the more crazy stuff you see. And her dress has what looks like, I don't even know if they're more griffins or if they're horned creatures of some kind. And then there's also goats and cows. And then there's also flies on her dress.
It's getting weird, Blake.
Yeah, it's just really weird.
I can understand wanting to know what that's about? Why that at all?
Yeah, this is another question we should ask Dr. Josh if they have any info on.
They might be interesting to find out. I wonder if there's anybody with a God belief, though, like one of those deities or higher power things that they can question. If somebody does have one of those beliefs and you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. We're really just here to see if you can question. And if you can, and you have questioned before, you're welcome to request up and question the questioner. That is, of course, if the questions don't scare you. Mika wants to question the questioner. I mean, Mika. But you're welcome to ask your questions from the chat if you like, or you can request up. I'm just gonna have a couple questions for you. Yep, loophole found. I mean, absent a guest, I'm happy to answer questions from the comments. The ones I want to. But I'm open. What do we got? Want to? Yeah, want to. Repeat request. Maybe it's a pocket request. Maybe you meant to. Glamscum, did you mean to join us?
In a way.
Oh, did not mean to. Appreciate all the taps. Thank you so much, Glamscum. Didn't escape without a couple of gifts from Brad. Yeah.
Did they say no way?
I think they said tapping away. Who's my favorite current panelist? Current?
I mean, it's got to be Board, right?
Right. I mean, Board's pretty awesome.
Board's consistent.
That's true. No matter how many guests are in queue, no matter how many of you are tapping the screen or sharing the live, Board will show up. That's true. Reliability is kind of helpful, though not, a requirement from questioners. It is nice, though, that, I'm never really alone, just, me and Board. So, Board, Thrayle says can't not question my beliefs. Double negative there. So you, without questioning your beliefs. It's impressive.
Sounds like a monkey's paw situation.
A little bit.
Is it gauche of me to request my own song?
Not at all. Is there a time when I consider certainty to be valuable? It's a great question. I think, especially when making an assessment of guilt or innocence, when making an assessment of action that could have profound consequences. Bungee jumping or, parachuting or paragliding, all those kinds of really, you want some certainty, something that feels certain that these mechanisms and these pieces of equipment to yield a positive result. But, you take a chance. But there's still something close to certainty there, isn't there? Else why did you jump from the plane? Unless you were certain you packed your chute. But you definitely want to question that certainty before takeoff. Hello, Scorpio. Can I get your age for TikTok? TOS.
39 years old.
And do you have a belief in it?
No, I don't. I tend to believe the only thing that we have for sure is death. That's the only thing I believe in.
I'm sorry, did you say the only thing you believe in is death?
Yes.
So you don't believe in a god of any kind or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I believe I don't like the way they do.
Which religion are you talking about?
All religions.
All religions make you feel guilty about the things you do?
Yes.
Are you sure all religions do that?
I just believe in we're alive.
How many religions have you studied?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, how many religions have you studied?
I don't believe in any of them. I don't take any interest in them.
Right. So then how can you say that they all teach you to feel guilty
or have... You could say I know people I wouldn't want to join. If that's the way they feel.
Why did you request up, Scorpio?
Because all the other panels are full of hate and racism, and I just felt like this was a safe place.
Did you intend to question your beliefs in any way?
No, I just...
No, okay. So you were just looking for a safe place and found a live with a topic and
just seen the,
just wanted to come up on panel and say depressing things about we exist and then we don't, and then not hear the questions really asked. Pretty much, yeah. Well, Scorpio, you're welcome to hang out in the comments. But yeah, as Vintage VHS says, you get a hug and a boot off the stage. Go to the comments. Lots of great people down there. But yeah, we're not here to hate on anyone, but we are here to question beliefs, and that is the topic of the show. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. Nobody's trying to prove you wrong or debate you, but we do want to see if you can question. And if you can, if you've questioned here before, and while you've been waiting for your chance to turn the tables and question me, well, this is your opportunity. We are running Question the Questioner all night. Are there beliefs I hold without evidence? I don't know. I would think if I found one, I would question it. And I think there are beliefs that I hold without the best evidence, without great evidence, but sometimes, well, it's not even really belief then. Perhaps it's an inkling towards one answer over another amongst a field of confusion. Yeah, I don't know if hope would be the word. Sometimes it's not really the answer you'd want, but the one that just seems more likely. I definitely know of a few beliefs like that. If I knew all the answers to all questions, would I continue with these lives? I would. I suppose I would know the answer to that even. I think, but right now, without all the answers, I think that I would. And the reason being because I would think that the drive to do what I'm doing, to share critical thinking and questioning of beliefs, might still persist. And with knowledge of those answers, I think I definitely would want to question the answers that don't fit. And perhaps the ones that do might still be worth testing and, well, not for my sake, but maybe for yours. Vi says, can we question you more than once? Apparently only if you make someone blush. Well, I don't see anyone blushing here, but maybe if Violet, if you've got questions, you're welcome to come up for a bit and question until we, get a guest who's believing in a god and can question it. I am going to ask you a couple quick questions, though, if you do come up. Well, you'll know them when you hear them.
Hello.
Welcome back, Violet.
It's good to be back.
He said,
Yes. Okay, do I mute myself if I need to turn something down that beeps briefly? Okay, I have to do that very quickly.
Yeah. Go for it. And while she handles that, thank you guys for handling the screen with all those taps. 5,000 is really good after the restart. Of course, we could do better, but thank you all for tapping the screen and sharing the live, helping get us back out to the FYP. Restart did really absolutely nothing for us, did it? So, Violet, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that today?
And then if I answer a few questions, I can possibly ask you.
We'll turn it right back around. I just wanted to remind the audience that some of them that weren't here before.
I feel it's unfair to remind the audience of what they can't know from moment to moment, since my beliefs can change that fast. But I do think, actually, I have a belief in this moment.
In this
in God.
moment?
Correct.
In which God?
An egregore form of God. It actually piggybacks a little off a past guest.
I see. An egregore form of God, based on something a previous guest said. Oh, the battery.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm new. I did something I think I shouldn't have done. I went and toggled to a no, and I'm assuming that, of course, all of you probably know that means then you're gone, or whatever the right way is to say that.
We just see a teacup.
Oh, a teacup? Why a teacup?
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I think it's supposed to mean like you're out to coffee or something. But yeah, if you need to like check your notes, you can like go switch over to your notes. We just can't hear you while you're in the note app. Like it won't kick you off panel if you need to check notes, but we just can't hear you while you're over there.
That clarification was very helpful.
Did you?
Thank you.
Did you see me become a teacup?
Me?
Showed you it looks like this.
No, I missed it. I actually look away a lot, so thanks for asking. Oh.
And that's what happened when you left. So yeah, we don't hear all of
Wait, I think you're doing a joke. I'm assuming, yeah.
The teacup?
Yeah, I did see the teacup.
That's what we saw.
It's a very skeletal shaped, like, spout handle. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't design that. That's TikTok's icon.
Was such a goth baddie.
I don't know. So, today Say you believe in a god, an egregore, a thing that, with enough people's belief, exists.
Oh, that's gonna be tough. This will be one of many humiliations, I'm sure, just because I'm new to internet land and possibly life a little bit as well. Somehow very new and old. Yes, yeah, a thought form. Yes.
Do you think that it exists as anything more than an idea people talk about together?
I think so, because of the phenomena, at least the first place I go mentally is like the neuroscience.
What neuroscience possibilities do you mean?
Better at referential info, but if I toggle away, I'll definitely not do that a third time. I probably can't answer that question incredibly well. I can certainly make an attempt. Who I made a couple corporate friends who believe in God, which is an interesting pairing. I don't know. I just am not as used to this. Like a crypto trader, currency trader, and another one. She's a little more NDA nondescript, but they both have very seemingly passionate beliefs in God. And I hadn't really had many conversations until recently with them about God. Just could be written off as something else, and I'm open to that. But just the egregore of it, of being back in that either susceptibility to past like wiring or old code in me, or the fresh conversations, I found myself catching like an effervescence, maybe, of like, I'm a little, it is a little humbling to admit this on this live. I will say, I don't know. I guess I don't know why I find it so humbling, but I'm willing to question that. I re-listened to some Christian worship songs that were younger, and I felt things. What those things were felt tied back into something that I think could be a variety of belief.
Well, because when I hear egregore, what I'm thinking, Thrayle, that it is like a supernatural creature that's created. God is an egregore and being created by people believing in it.
Well, I don't
Double checking that his understanding of the egregore, a thing that exists just by people believing in it. Right, so do you think that egregores are something that the idea of them?
I think it can be, or at least I think it can not just confined to supernatural, or just it can be beyond that.
Like,
and I might be mispronouncing the word,
because I actually have not had a chance to talk about it with the group. Is it? Oh, okay. I was just.
Yeah, I'm probably saying it wrong.
As far as I know, but I've only
about pronunciation. It's just nice to talk about it because I think it's such an interesting literary, like.
Well, because I was asking because, like, what you're describing was more less like emotional connections and like feeling back in that emotional that like
Yeah.
Oh
no, I'm sorry.
In Agrigor, or do you mean that like you felt? I guess maybe explain. Yeah, because
yeah, absolutely.
See, I can say
that helps so much. Thank you. Are you familiar with the concept of a teapot? So, besides just finding it rather pleasant to be in these gentlemen's combat, the Agrigor, like a teapot on my own, besides in their company, like I don't know, are they like ceramic? I'm not even sure. Or I think it can be a variety of the teapots. Anyways, it was something that took on more than just like an emotional bond or connection for me.
In what way do you mean that it took on? Sorry, I'm just a biomedical engineer. What were the signs and symptoms?
Is that what you said?
Yeah, so sometimes I can discuss things a little clinically.
It's like Dr. Blake.
I can't take that credit. But.
Not like a PhD doctor or biomedical engineering. That's still very interesting, but I know it's probably not my turn to question or it's the team of panel. But anyways, well, there was those initial conversations, energy, and I know I wasn't just trolling this person. I know did I ask that? Mom sometimes multiple lives, so didn't know.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can definitely be a little shit, but no, I don't want to give one a look like I am ridiculing or don't take anything interesting to get into a genuine conversation about God, because this person won't do that. But this, yeah, Yes, well, 1,800 milligrams of gabapentin will do that to you. So, among oh, yeah, this was a very kind person, and it was just interesting to see where his beliefs lay. And it wasn't actually in a church or a system. It was in something even more like nondescript than non-denominational 2000s, called like emerging, or the like emergent church anyways. And so I really was becoming like fascinated again, both in what he had to say. Memories were flooding me from my past, and I think too, I just wanted to see if stepping into that energy helped me form something better than what I was previously experiencing, any more unbelief, or just to try to like open that energy up neutrally without trying to shape it. Knowing how that might be futile, or it may be quite susceptible, right? I think that's something I see in myself. But the other signs and symptoms, the music, right? Listening to songs I hadn't heard since like 2004.
Do you remember the question that Blake asked?
Yeah, the signs and symptoms.
And how are these relating to an egg group?
Processed it out loud in real time, but I think I did like, it was like the shared. Well, I'm not good at defining terms without notes, so I can try to like have a my phone and laptop, but otherwise it'll just be a lot of stammering. And
you know, we're not trying to test your knowledge or
I know I just can't see my own notes, like not like trying to look fresh, like past at it. I just, my brain works in like a,
I guess that's going to depend on what interesting means.
without.
Go for it. You're okay, Violet. Great.
That's almost more disconcerting to be.
We're less childish today.
I don't know either. I felt quite
reading your text.
Oh, my text.
Reading that, and it was very mischievous.
Signs and symptoms of the egregore. Thank you.
Because
well, then a lot of notes. I write copious notes. A few screws loose. Just,
but
that wasn't evident.
Saying and having an emotional experience, you meet with old friends and like feeling a genuine signs and symptoms of an egregore, or like signs and symptoms that you have?
No, because he's not an old friend. He's rather new.
Oh, I may be confusing it with the friend you're talking about. Not also
that's
just
fair.
be signs and like the signs that you
possibly, but now I'm picturing like a crypto, like day trading priest, and I like the mind reels is. Sorry, what was the question again?
pointing to an egregore, or is it more likely that is pointing to that you had like a really good time with these friends? Like in that, I didn't see anything that point an egregore of any kind. Like, was there anything like more specific that like leads you to that?
It just felt more like we were feeding each other described. I realize it may sound exactly the same or be the same or one or the other or something else, but just answering naturally.
So even then, you were saying like we were having like ritualistic or like feeding emotion. I'm not quite sure what that means. We might need to explore that as well. But like what are our internal emotions proof of anything beyond that we are experiencing that emotion?
Are our emotions proof that we're experiencing anything beyond the emotion? Was that the question?
Yeah, like are our feelings like proof of things?
Ooh. Well, I suppose it's proof of the feeling. But beyond that, again, the first question, it's very hard for me to not take notes, but I'm trying. I don't think I can keep trying. I have to at least write something down, or it's going to get super. I'm a bit addicted to like the written word, just a smidge. It's like, oh, but I guess like, I'll need to mute myself if I'm tapping, maybe pen and paper.
Are the emotions we're having truly proof of anything beyond like the emotion that we're having?
But aren't we having more? So it wouldn't just be it's all or nothing, right? Emotions or an egregore. It'd be a composite of multiple things happening simultaneously in either way.
What do you mean more? What's the thing that's what's the more that's
What's the more that's happening? It seems similar to, but it's not something I would just, by the way, say I think points to divinity unless divinity is, it just, I guess. I have a lot of air.
6,000 likes. Let's make sure we keep tapping the screen. Go ahead, bye.
Yeah, AQI, air quality index. I have had a lot of like odd things I've had to troubleshoot with it, and like just difficulties with CO2 ventilation, and it all like makes noise. But maybe there's a way I can turn the beeping off so that it's not so intrusive.
That's kind of important.
I won't pass out on live. I'm very good at not passing out. I've only passed out like once last year. Yeah. So it took a lot of change, and I thought it was one thing, the different conditions I have, but it also seemed to be like abnormal levels of CO2. But that's been a bit a bit course corrected. It's a whole thing that has nothing to do with God. I don't know. Suffocate me in the void, like slowly and with loud, incessant technology. Sounds about right. But I am, in a way, though, I could argue I'm staying on theme. Like, I still tied it back to, like, God, belief.
Right, but
like,
were you responding to a question from Blake, though?
well, I had to, like, it's a lot to multitask. I'm not new, it's like, I am new to internet land and TikTok and like ERVs and this like me house, like my little shoebox. I love her. She's a dollhouse. She's adorable, but she's a little bit horror movie vibes. Anyways, and so yeah, if it rains, if there's burning, that's like a little trick you do, isn't it? I'm going further off topic, but I can stop. I don't have to. But some of this is critical. Like there's some critical like side quests.
Are there really critical side quests when someone asks you a direct question?
Dying.
Wonderful. Did you accomplish that? We are glad that you
I think so, but it's actually good you're giving me a second question just to make sure, because it's like I know you probably think it's not that crucial, but
I did understand how crucial. Okay. Are you okay?
Oh, that's a whole other question. And in terms of
moment, relatively speaking.
Sure. Yes, we can continue the conversation. I'm probably not okay, but we can definitely continue the conversation.
Blake, do you remember your question?
Yeah. So I was asking what was the more? What was like beyond? What were you having that was like beyond an awesome like emotional experience?
Like a series of actions beyond emotions that seem to feed emotions. Different than just fraternity among like friends, right? That's also like a series of actions. It's probably different, similar for all of us, but this just feels unique. It feels like certain topics trigger it more than others. And I could be mistaken. And if I am, I'm okay with that. But it does seem reminiscent of the little I know about how sometimes the word egregore, I've seen it used any possible note I would ordinarily have in just my blank piece of paper, which is fine, which is totally fine. But yeah.
Do you mean that this is like a feeling sensation you have with specific people, or when you're discussing specific topics?
Can I be honest? It does seem, and I don't mind this, that you're, to my knowledge, that you can still have shared emotions that form an egregore, but also it can be shared thoughts or shared, like, it's like, right.
Well, yeah,
either,
but what you've descriptions, so that's why I'm still kind of focusing on
I
that.
see what you're saying.
Is there more? Yeah, if there's more that you would like to add to it, then yeah, for sure. But
that gift and sharing the more the thoughts, or I don't know, getting into in each new iteration of me
I
more.
don't know is a fine answer. If you need to think about what that means, especially like if you're having if you had like a really unique experience or something like that, it can take a while to process and put language.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's actually probably like the best answer. So,
you almost said it.
What is the best answer?
Probably like almost.
What is? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I don't know.
Oh, well, I actually do know. I'm just afraid of being how I'll be perceived. It's a little
fascinating. Well, let's not throw any W's in the chat yet. Then, so it's not a matter of not knowing. It's a matter of fearing the perception of others.
Or wanting to choose my words like very carefully because I don't know my experiences, but still there's a lot between. Was that a pregnant sigh or?
I didn't test it. So I warned you a bit, but your beliefs change daily. I'm curious why there's so much more certainty today.
I'm trying to think what to say. It's not that I don't know what to possibly say, but I don't know if it's the right thing to say now. And I do feel more handicapped without certain things I've written in my own words, where I feel comfortable, like versus like extemporaneously. It feels like I will potentially misrepresent what I actually want to say. And then out of that misrepresentation will also be because it feels like it's already starting to happen slightly, and not like only because I am already the weak link and not being able to communicate it very.
Hey, Vi, this is, you are free to say, this is my line in the sand at any point in time, and be like, this is my boundary, and I gotta stop for now. If you feel like you need to pause and come back when you have access to your notes and stuff,
that actually helps a lot.
Violet, I'll go ahead and let you get a couple questions out for the questioner before we move on to a new guest.
Okay. Well, I did write them down. So I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know about.
Do you need to tab out and look at a few of them?
Could I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And while she does that, let me just remind everybody, keep tapping the screen, share the live. We're up to 12,000 likes, which, I mean, look, you guys never say that, do I? I was 12,000. I appreciate every single one of you.
yeah. You cannot be bad cop. It just doesn't work. Okay, y'all need to get to stepping down there. And remember that tapping is clapping. And the Thrayle just does not have it in their heart to be able to yell at you and tell you.
Emmy, yes. Am I not human? Do I not laugh? Do I not smile? Does my mind not wander?
I don't know. Like, we would really need a lot of time to explain the nuances and semantics of a lot of the things that you just said.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder. That's a great question, Kira. Because no one else did yesterday, and yep, we needed an adult. And I wasn't. Should have been, but I wasn't.
Hi.
Welcome back, Violet.
Thank you.
I can ask a couple questions, but it did, and I don't know. I'm a bit. I would actually like to ask you quite a few different questions, and I can do some of that now, but I do I can fatigue in a way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any random question that comes to your mind right now is
Okay.
a question I'll try to answer or let you know.
Actually appreciate that quite a bit.
So I was thinking about shared ideas, whether we want to disband with the whole Ichor thing. I think I maybe should tabula rasa it. But just shared ideas, beliefs, right? I'm thinking specifically from religion, the Baha'i faith or Baha'i faith set. Which is the right way to say that, actually?
Baha'i.
Okay, Baha'i. You could preserve one or more than one. Is there any like ideas from that faith, or if it can possibly be even summed up as an idea through like many religions that I'm sure you've encountered? Is there something that comes to mind?
Sure. In the Baha'i faith, I was taught sort of universalist acceptance of people, that everyone was equal, no matter what their race, their gender, their nationality, their religion, that people were people, and that they all deserved some kind of, dignity, and that that equality, or strive towards it, was important.
Would you say like an inherent human dignity?
I don't know that it's inherent. I don't know really what is inherent, as far as our constructs of things like dignity or even respect.
Not inherent, everyone being equal. You still like wherever it originates from or within. If it originates from religion without being inherent, then that's, feel free to take it and shape it into something better and an answer. Or reply.
Try rephrasing that just a little bit.
Okay, if I must. Well, you were saying, I have homework to do after this. I'll tell you what, like, I will have to figure out a way to like keep notes because I do a lot of typing. So I've not tried to go off notes yet. So it's just, I'm trying to like let that go. But I will be, though. I'm that much of a nerd. I will be like figuring out a layout where I can like be comfortable in like my thoughts and like things I've written so that I'll still be a rambling, tangential, redundant mess, but I'll feel better about it still. So that's something. Yeah, I'll try to rephrase. So you said you believe everyone is equal in Baha'i faith.
From the way I was taught, yes.
From the way you were taught. And then I like queried is, I think you then went on to talk about human dignity and queried, inherent human dignity. And you said you didn't know if it was inherent. So do you think ascribed then, right? If it's not inherent, human dignity comes from how you were taught?
I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, it's something that I think is important to not try to take that dignity from people. To not try to infringe their rights. That there's no reason within the differences between us to hate. Perhaps that's really the primary core of the lesson that I learned.
Say that again, just that last part.
Just that that was probably the core of the lesson that I had learned, that I took from that.
To not hate.
Yeah, to not hate, really, period. Might also be another thing I was taught.
Well, that's where I needed it repeated.
Was that all your questions?
Oh, I was trying to re-ask the same. It's okay. I was trying to re-ask the same question again, but
I apologize.
no, it's all right. I just didn't quite hear what you said. You were talking about the core.
Yes, the core of the teaching that I was given was basically to not hate. But it of course used, the reasons people hate, so you don't. We were taught not to hate for our differences, that our differences were not a reason, and that there really was no reason to hate, but that compassion would be a better tool.
That's what I want you.
That was something I was taught. I don't know if that's true. It's something I absolutely question, though I don't have any ascribing a feeling I have as hate.
I think I do. Depends on how we define hate, but I try not to. But sometimes I have decided to antithetical to how I was taught, or even like multiple forms of belief that I sought out. I think it might be appropriate in the amalgamation of paganism I was practicing. There was also a lot to rage out on at the time. But anyways, I do think for me, some of this stuff be as articulate as I would like. It does shape what I believe and what I don't, depending on the present moment. It's also shaped by things that I read or discuss, things like that. But I think there is a fair amount of like
No, that didn't fix it. Let's try that again. Now, where are all those believers with all those beliefs they do? Those things they believe. It is always okay to say, I don't know. Why wouldn't it be? And when you do think that you have a knowing, a thing that you're sure of, well, why would you be sure? How can you? Did you question it? Do you still? Well, and that's always good too, Via. An honest I don't know is much better than one used to escape a question. It's rare, but sometimes people do use them just to avoid the answers. But I don't know. Maybe they don't. Wait, did I just... Hey, rather than questioning that, why don't you question your beliefs? If you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and hit one of those boxes there with the pink and blue people next to the chat, and we'll bring you right up. See if questioning your beliefs is even really a thing you can do. Hell yeah. I love when I get a W, I don't know. I get questioned up here a lot by some of the best questioners, and unfortunately I do have to say I don't know quite a bit, and I don't get W's. I usually get met with frustration that my answer wasn't more revealing. Kira says Vathrudnir. Gesundheit. No, but why Vathrudnir? Batcolyte beach episode. You know what, Bradge? That's a great idea. Except I'm very, very landlocked. But, I'll find a beach. We'll do it. It'd have to be at night, though.
Beach goth is a whole genre of music inspired by the combination of I'm trying to say like surfer rock and sad country music.
I see. Kara called me Vafthrudnir because I'm great at non-answers. And, well, apparently that's a character in Norse mythology. Wise Jotun. Did he answer, and was he known for riddles or confusing answers? Hammy, no, I want it. Like, why wouldn't I want to take my bones to the beach? That's how you do a beach episode, right? I see. So Odin wanted to beat him in a game of wits. I mean, Odin is, right. I was gonna say he's kind of gonna win every time, right? That's how the story goes. Whether by cheating or not. Is he a Mary Sue? Good morning, Tavium. Good to see you. Kara, what are you doing awake if it's that much past your bedtime? What is bedtime? You're an adult. I mean, I guess you can make a bedtime and try to hold yourself to it. Is that like when I'm 3 hours late for the live? Medusa asks, does the Batcolyte ever get thirsty? And where would the water go? Well, I imagine it would go inside. You might... I mean, for all you know, there's a void space that opens up as soon as I open my mouth wide enough, and all the liquid would go there, and oh, yeah, we're talking about the void space of where the liquid goes when the skeleton drinks. So Kira is running to bed. That makes sense. We're losing it up here. So hope you sleep well. It was good to see you. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question it, hit a box. What are you waiting for? They're right there. They're not going anywhere. They just sit there looking like boxes with hands in them. Can you hit one of the boxes with a hand? See if maybe you can question whatever belief it is that you hold. Oh, we got Jonathan joining us. Jonathan, can I get your age for TikTok?
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm 35. I'm a male from from California, Missouri. California, United States of America.
Fascinating. How drunk are you this evening?
Well, I said Missouri just on accident because I'm actually from Missouri, but I live in California. That's my thing.
I see. So the answer to how drunk you are is you're from Missouri.
No, I'm not drunk. Can't be
Great.
doing that.
Do you have a
Can't be doing
belief?
that.
Yeah. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, I believe in Jesus.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes, sir. Depends on which ones you're talking about, but yeah.
Are there stories from the Bible that are not true?
That I can think of. Let me think. There's the parables. Those, you could say that they're allegorical. I don't believe in Trump. First of all, I'm not a Trump supporter.
So
I
I'd
think
like you
the
to stop
Republican.
shouting
I think the.
while I'm talking to you. I'm going to go ahead and drop you because you're incapable of controlling yourself, and that's fucking disgusting. You're a grown adult. If you can control yourself, you're welcome to request back up here, but as soon as you started shouting over my question to yell at the chat, you're done. Yeah. If you think you can behave, I'll bring you back. Why don't you go ahead and throw a 1 in the chat if you can behave yourself, Jonathan, without screaming over the top of people trying to ask questions. Did you find the 1 button down there? Nope. Then I'm not gonna. You'll be good, Zaddy. Yep, nope. That tells me you won't. So, Jonathan, grow the fuck up. And when you can behave like an adult, you can come back through and try again. But I'd rather sit here with no guest than bring you back up with that behavior. Wow. Yeah, now you're preaching in my chat. That's against the rules. So, no, Jonathan. No. No means no. Learn what that means now before it costs you something dear later. No means no. I don't think my standards are too high. Sure, we don't have a guest. I could blame the algorithm for it, or I could blame myself. I'm sure there's something I've done. But not screaming and acting like a foolish child while you're being talked to. The AI summary says, the host is picking apart beliefs about religion. I was just about to scold whoever was... I'm not picking apart beliefs. There's no belief up here to pick apart. I know a glam scum, but the algorithm hates me. It's been quiet for a week.
Yeah, it's definitely been some changes going on in the algorithm.
I've seen things like that, glam scum. I don't have any animosity against other creators for finding a method that works. But, is what it is. But here we are, under her wing, in the original, Socratic questioning live. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to actually question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not trying to... That always sounds like a challenge, right? Go ahead and request up. Go ahead and find your way to the panel.
Yeah, you could definitely practice having less intimidating inflections on some of the things.
Okay, so, right. So if I say something like, we're not here to burgle your gods or stuff them in a silken sack and drag them out into the woods and throw them into a shed where they'll never see the light of day again. That might be a little over the top.
I don't see the problem with that.
Okay. Well, as long as
I think that one's fine. I think that one's fine.
Okay.
Maybe just a request on up.
Request on up? Oh, like with a lilt. Can you?
I don't know. It felt unnatural to me too.
Get your ass on the panel. Yeah, I tried hammies too, and I didn't like get your ass on the panel. I'm not sure that works. Hey, you. Scrolling through, yeah, you. Do you actually think you can question your beliefs? I dare you. No, that doesn't work. That's probably not going to work.
Maybe if you double dog to it.
Oh, I double dog dare you.
That's binding. Too, right? That's legally binding.
Oh, yeah, where my heart is. We went all the way to the double dog. That's where it, That's where the gauntlet is thrown down, is on the double dog dare. The meatwad voice. I don't know that the meatwad voice entices anyone up. It usually runs people out of the room. I think if we get all the way to the quadruple dog dare, I think that's when things just, fall apart. If nobody requests up then anarchy, I think.
We as women, me and Cookie,
Dude,
we as women, we think.
you gotta be faking your voice.
I see. So, bruv, you didn't come up here to question your beliefs. You're just up here to be incredulous about my voice.
My bad. I didn't.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods?
I do believe there's a God out there. Like, I'm not like a Christian or anything, but I do believe there is a God out there.
Which god?
Right. So here's the thing, right?
Well, I
You got
would like
something
to
playing in
believe.
the
I would like
background.
to
Can you
believe
turn
Jesus
that
is
background
real.
noise off? So can you turn the background noise off?
My bad. It's my fan.
There were people talking.
Oh, my bad. But I would like to believe Jesus is real, but I don't know.
That
I
wasn't
never
the question. The question was which god?
Which God?
Which god do you believe in? So you
I
don't
do
believe
believe.
in the God of the Bible?
You don't believe in the God of the Bible?
I asked you, do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no? Oh, I see. Yeah. I had a feeling that was going to be. Sad, sad, sad. Hello, Cleanse. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, yeah, I'm 20 years old. And what else did you say you needed?
Just your age. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, so pretty much.
Oh, I don't think that mod meant to do that. You're welcome to request back up, Cleanse. I think somebody was ready for you to be a troll. So you were saying, do you have a belief in a god or gods, anything like that?
Okay, so it's gonna sound crazy, but most people, they just send me off once I say this, so just bear with me. I've been in Scientology for about 10 years now, and pretty much that's how my
Are you
belief system
currently a
goes.
Scientologist?
Absolutely.
I see. You said that most people send you on your way after that.
Usually, yes. Usually they just think I'm messing with them. But
Have you
no,
read
we
Dianetics
usually.
from beginning to end?
What was it?
Have you read Dianetics from beginning to end?
Fuck you.
That's really sad that that's all you get, man. That's really sad that you're gonna get blocked and never come back to this live again. Never have the opportunity to question your beliefs because you're an insufferable. I'm not even gonna continue. You're just insufferable, and so we won't suffer you anymore. Goodbye. Sad and pathetic. So pathetic.
I mean, you can prepare for a question too. Like, if you're gonna claim Scientology, you gotta have a little bit of knowledge about it.
What up, my guy?
Hello, Rocco. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
21.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I guess I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
Yes, I don't really know, honestly. I guess I believe one exists, but I never really looked into religions.
So when you say you believe one exists, one what?
Like, I mean, I believe in the premise of God existing, but I just never really picked a religion.
What is a god?
I don't understand the question.
What is a god?
Like,
you say
no
you
God,
believe in
man.
the premise of a god existing, so what is
Well,
the
like, I
thing
mean,
you
like, I'm
believe
not like a
exists?
Catholic or a Jew or nothing like that. Like, I don't have like a set religion. I never grew up with one.
Right, I heard
But
you
I
say
was
that
raised
already
without
earlier.
one.
So I'm asking you, what is a god? What is the thing that you think exists?
Whatever being is out there that created all of us.
Fascinating.
Being or
So
not being.
whatever being is, okay, so it's like every time I begin to speak. Maybe it's my delay. Rocco, why did you request up?
I don't know, bro. I was bored. I was just like, I saw this and I'm like, oh, cool. What's up?
Right on. Well, I'm not bored enough. Nope. I'd like to question someone with the beliefs in something that they can question. It's going to require actually hearing the questions and letting me finish them, and then responding. Well, Aaron, I wouldn't say that, but whatever it was, it wasn't questioning. You didn't come up here to question your beliefs. You didn't come up here to engage. You wanted to interrupt my questions, and I'm just not interested, Rocco. I'm not interested in curing your boredom. If you're actually capable of engaging, then try. Really, try. You might find something interesting. Hello, Carolina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 24.
Carol. Okay. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in Jesus Christ.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Not in its entirety, but I've read the vast majority of it.
And do you believe the stories from it to be true and literal?
I don't know if you remember or not, but we actually had this discussion about a month ago.
Mm-hmm. I don't recall all of it, but
Yeah, I discussed that I take a more allegorical view of, for example, Genesis 1 to 11. But I'll say when it comes to the story of Jesus, I believe in a literal crucifixion and resurrection.
I see. Why?
I would say the main reason that I believe is because the idea of God becoming man to die for us and to sacrifice himself so that we could be reconciled to the Father. It compels me. I wouldn't point to a historical argument. I think that when you look at all of spirituality and religion, it's the most compelling. The idea of God loving us so much that he would die on the cross and resurrect. I would say that's the main reason that I believe.
The main reason you believe is because he would love us enough to do it? Is that what you're saying? I'm not.
Yes, I
following.
would say that.
What was the?
Yes, I would say that the crucifixion, or just to say the gospel, I would say the gospel demonstrates the love of God.
Which gospel?
I would say that the four gospels, that they all corroborate for one story of Jesus. So I'd say all four of the gospels.
The four gospels corroborate one story. Do you know who wrote those stories?
Well, I take the traditional view of that the Gospels are written by who they're attributed to. I know that there's scholarly debate on that, but as far as I know, there's nothing that rules out that being the case.
So, have you read the four gospels that you're saying all corroborate each other?
Yes, and I'm aware of the apparent contradictions that someone like Bart Ehrman presents, but I think that they can be
apparent contradictions.
Yes, but I believe they can be reconciled.
I see. And so you reconcile apparent contradictions between the Gospels. I don't think I was quite asking that, but since you volunteered it, is there anything in the Bible or in the Gospels that is?
No, I would say that all of Scripture is true.
All the Scripture, including the allegorical stuff in the beginning.
Yes. And I would also say that I think one of the main problems when it comes to...
Before you go into just volunteering, we're not asking you to volunteer your arguments or anything. I had asked you if there was anything not true. So, hey, Hammy. Do you have any questions for Caroline?
Yeah, my question is gospelly speaking, when was Jesus born?
Well, it doesn't give an exact date when he was born.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
Like it gives you like indicators, right?
Well, yeah, it says like about King Herod, and it gives you a rough time frame.
Right. That's Matthew, right? Matthew gives you the time frame of during the rule of King Herod.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's about from like 4 BC to 4 AD. It's in like that range of time, as far as I know.
So, what about like this is a vast range, like, and we have Matthew saying that it was during the rule of King Herod, but then in Luke we have it talking about how he was born during when Quirinius was governor over Syria, and he it was during the first census during his reign as governor of Syria, which those two events at the best took place 10 years apart from each other. That's being very generous. So, which one was he born in? During the reign of Herod or during Quirinius' census?
Right. I would want to pull that up and look into it more, but
well, we have like
yeah,
in Matthew, for instance.
Yeah.
In Matthew,
exactly.
Yeah, and it's going to be Matthew 2:1, where it talks about how it's during the 2. It gives you a timeline of how when King Herod died, his son became the ruler. And then during his son's reign, from actual, like, outside of the Bible evidence, we know that while his son was reigning, Quirinius became governor over Syria, right? But the King Herod of the Bible is about King Herod Sr., if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And it says that Jesus was born during King Herod Sr.'s ruling. But then in Luke chapter 2, verse 1, we have that there was a census to be taken, and it specifically tells you that it's during Quirinius' rule of governor of Syria. It's the very first census of his rule as governor of Syria. Now, it's known that King Herod Sr. passed away somewhere around 4 to 6 BCE, and that I think it's 4 BCE, and that the census took place in 6 CE. So I'm curious on when was Jesus born?
Right. I would have to look into that more. That's not something that I've researched.
If it is the way I said it is, would that be a contradiction?
Yes, and when it comes to historical accounts like that, I know that some apologists will make the argument that it actually points to more authenticity, because if it was a group of men trying to come up with a story, that they all would have corroborated and it would have been more accurate, or there wouldn't have been any apparent contradictions like that. But yeah,
if somebody was writing,
yeah, go ahead.
If a few different people were writing a biography of me, and one of them said I was born during, say, President Bush Sr., and another one said I was born during Clinton, would that not be a contradiction?
Yeah, it would. I'll have to look into this more. I can pull it up right now and see. But Yeah, anytime that I've seen debates on contradictions in the Gospels like this, it seems like there's always some kind of argument to be made to reconcile
Well,
it.
I'm curious if something has contradictions to it. Why would a contradiction mean that it's more authentic and more reliable?
Well, it's like the idea of when a crime happened and when they each give their account, if it's exactly the same story but word for word, then that can sometimes seem to point towards them coming together and fabricating the story.
Yes, but are any of the if in this scenario, if one person says they saw it happen at 9 a.m., somebody else says that they saw it at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., and somebody else said they saw it at 10 p.m., would that mean that any of them are reliable sources?
Right. Well, that's the difference in an eyewitness story or like an eyewitness account of a situation then and there, and then of course the Gospels are being written decades later, right? So they're going off of what they heard, and so I can see how one person would have an idea of Jesus' birth being at one time and then one being another. So I'd say the time difference.
If these were eyewitnesses' account from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, why are none of the Gospels written in like first person, where it's like I saw this take place, I witnessed this particular thing happen, or Jesus relayed this one thing that only Jesus knew to me?
Right. Yeah, I've heard that argument. It's interesting. One thing that I've realized though is that I don't think if. But yeah, I would say that it not being written in first person does leave it open to being written by possibly not by the claimed authors. Yeah, I understand that. I was going to say that if that was proven to be the case, yeah.
I'm noticing that nearly every question is met with the idea that there must be some reconciliation, there must be some argument that makes it okay. Like no matter what question asked, you will rely on that there is some, as you said, in debates, there's always some reason given.
Yes, and because I'd say over all of this time of Christianity, it seems to be that most of these problems have been hashed out. But I'm not saying that my view is that, or that I'm not saying that I take the perspective of, okay, anytime there's an apparent contradiction or something wrong, I'm going to assume or presuppose that there's an explanation. What I mean by that is that I have watched debates on this topic, and I can't quote them. I can't point to exactly what the answers would be, but I've heard explanations given for.
Someone always gave an answer.
Yeah, a defense, I'd say.
And that, a defense. And so because someone gave a defense to every question of potential contradiction, then there must be some defense.
What makes you think those defenses or explanations are accurate or true?
Right. Well, I analyzed the explanations, and they seem to be they seem to be accurate to me. They didn't seem to be just like ad hoc explaining it away.
I mean, wouldn't any defense of something that was written in a specific time frame by definition?
What I mean by ad hoc is saying I'm not going to question my belief at all. I'm going to believe this, so now I have to to try to defend it, rather than being open to it and saying, I'll be led where the truth leads me. I get that when we're looking at something from 2,000 years ago, that it's always going to be after the fact. But,
So, whenever we're looking at this, you're talking about how there's always some apologist giving some kind of reason why this isn't a contradiction, or some kind of explanation to why this just makes sense. And I'm curious, do you see any perceived bias in them coming to such a conclusion?
well, yes, we're always going to have some level of bias, I would say. When you're trying to analyze it rationally, of course, you try to remove the bias, but there's
If you're
always
trying to look for the truth, why would your bias need to be in there?
I don't think it has to be, but I think that I would at least say that we're prone to having bias, already having the religious mindset, or dogmatically thinking a certain way about a religion. Then of course, yeah, there's going to be that bias. I'm not someone that has always been Christian now. I've went through times of being atheist and agnostic and even like pagan, you could say. And so I've been biased in the other direction at times. So
yeah, I don't find that like helpful in this particular conversation, because whenever it comes to the topic of the scripture, whether or not it's reliable or whether or not there's contradictions, it seems that if we're looking for the truth, then whenever we see something that somebody calls a quote-unquote apparent contradiction, it seems that it would just be a contradiction. And that's fine. Because, like, if you aren't under the gospel truth. And so, I'm wondering if you can see the biases clouding a lot of these people's judgment when they have a response for these things. And if their biases speaking and not necessarily the truth.
Can I ask, are you coming at this, Carolina, or are you coming at this from the angle of the Bible is just inerrant, it's accurate, it could always be, any of these apparent contradictions can be explained to be not contradictions in some way?
well, I lean more towards scripture not being inerrant in the sense of entirely without error. I think that there's certain parts of scripture that of course must be true, like the resurrection of Jesus, as Paul says, that everything depends on that. So,
and if we're trying to determine whether or not something big like that is true, wouldn't we want to analyze other things surrounding the story to see if they add up?
Right. So yeah, of course, if the rest of the story isn't as accurate, that lends credence to it being more likely to be false. Yeah, or just.
Would you like to know the most common apologetic that I get for this particular contradiction that Hammy brought up?
Yeah, go ahead.
The main apologetic I hear is that there must have been another census that occurred during the reign of Herod. And the problem is that Luke says that this was the first census under Governor Quirinius. So it's literally, the apologetic is literally adding another census into the mix, just assuming without evidence that there must have been another census. That's the typical Christian apologetic that I get for it. Now, the way scholarship kind of deals with this problem, and this includes Christian scholars who don't necessarily hold to Bible inerrancy, but they can read something like this and they can say, okay, clearly there's a problem in the timeline here.
Right.
And typically they just dismiss Luke as being in error, because if we go with Luke's timeline, that's going to put Jesus's crucifixion after the reign of Pontius Pilate. It's not going to line up with Pontius Pilate. So it pushes the dates off. If you're to believe that, as the Gospels say, that Jesus started his ministry at age 30, and his ministry was roughly 3 years. That would, if we go with the Luke, if he was born in 6 CE, you go 33 years from there, that would put the crucifixion in 39 CE. And that's 3 years. That's the year Pontius Pilate dies. That's 3 years after he was removed from office. So scholarship tends to just say, well, Luke must have been wrong. And then they just kind of move on with it. So I'm just wondering, like if that's the case, like how would that kind of change your, or would that change your, your take on how accurate the Bible needs to be in order for the story to add up?
Right. I would say that that at times I've definitely had more of that view that Christian scholars would have, of that, rather than biblical inerrancy, realizing that there's going to be some contradictions, because of course it is men that are writing the stories or writing the scriptures, and so yeah, I would be open to that. It wouldn't shake my faith, I would say, put it that way. It does seem that biblical inerrancy is the traditional view, though. So I don't think that.
What do you mean by traditional?
Like throughout the centuries of Christianity, it seems like. But that
both,
could be. Yeah.
I want to just kind of point this out. Both Catholics and Eastern Orthodox don't hold to sola scriptura, which is this idea of,
neither do I.
The Bible is absolute truth. They have wiggle room. They go more with the interpretations of church fathers and theologians over the centuries.
Yeah, that's how I think as well. That's the path I go, because, yeah, I mean, the sad thing is that American evangelicalism took the path of sola scriptura and saying that, like, that you have to be in younger Christianism and everything. That is where, and that's why I realized that I got to the point where I didn't affirm biblical inerrancy, because I wanted to be as far away from that kind of thinking as I could be.
Can I ask, just kind of a side note, what do you have, like, a preferred translation that you read from?
Well, I had been looking into the Anglican tradition, and I'm pretty sure it's called the NRSV, New Revised Standard Version.
Yep. Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, I was getting.
It's a good translation.
Yeah. What would you say some of the worst ones would be, like NIV? But
yeah, it's not. NIV isn't the greatest translation. It's an easier read than most, but it's not the most accurate translation. But I would say, obviously KJV is going to be the most problematic for translation purposes. And there's there's some things about KJV that I actually appreciate, but it has nothing to do with I'm more concerned with the original. What was the Bible? The whatever book of the Bible you're reading, whether it's the Hebrew text or the New Testament. I'd want to read it in Greek or Hebrew. I want to know more about where the author was where they were coming from. So the NRSV UE, the updated edition, is, I would say, one of the most respected translations for English, anyway. But that was just kind of a side note. I was just curious, and it's honestly, it's kind of rare to hear, somebody say they read from that translation. That you get a lot of people that are favorable to the KJV because it supports more dogmatic theology.
What do you think about the NASB, New American Standard? It's supposed to be word for word.
I don't believe it is. I don't think it. One thing you can kind of pay attention to is what translations are used in like academia and seminaries, accredited seminaries. As far as I'm aware, there may be some that teach from the NRSVUE as far as the English translations goes, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But I don't think NASB is. I haven't heard great things about it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's I don't know if you've heard of someone named Paul Washer and like the Reformed Baptist. They seem to be fond of the NASB. So I'm not sure what the reason for that is. And then the Catholic Bible is called the Dewey Reams version or something like that?
Did you have a follow-up on that line, Everlasting? Good evening, by the way.
Not
like a week since I've seen you.
Has it? Oh, yeah. I don't. I know I kind of jumped in at the tail end of Hammy's questioning. I didn't mean to hijack your questions to Hammy. I just opportunistically thought I would chime in there. I don't think I can really think of any questions right off the bat.
It's okay, Everlasting. It's okay to just go ahead and jump all over. I'm kidding. It's fine, of course.
Did I steal your thunder?
Not really. It was more of a gurgle.
I can't lie. Dr. Bowen is distracting me down there, and that's why I can't think of another question right now. He's too funny.
Blame Dr. Bowen, I see. That's how it is.
I told him he needs to request up here so you can ask him your Sumerian question, Thrayle.
Well, I actually kind of... Well, I went Googling after, but I'm sure his answers are much more elaborate and researched. He definitely is going to know more. But I'm wondering how he might answer Blake's question, if it's even something he knows about. But besides that, Carolina, do you think that it's at all possible that there are do you think that it's at all possible that that the Bible is fabricated in any way, in any part.
Well, by fabricated, you would mean changing it for the benefit of their theology or dogma, right? Or do you just mean that it's been changed throughout the years, not necessarily in a negative way?
I just mean that in any way, is there any false portions, any added portions, anything that has been altered or in any way is not true?
Right, in any way is not true. I would say no. I believe that Scripture has been preserved by the church.
Which church?
I suppose I would point to the Western tradition, so the Catholic Church, and then, yeah, I'd say the Catholic Church. And I'm inquiring into Catholicism, so I'm not a Catholic, but I'd say I would point to the Catholic Church.
They had preserved. How would you know that they had preserved the text?
Well, we're able to look at the original manuscripts, right? When it comes to the Dead Sea Scrolls, and looking at the Septuagint and everything, comparing the differences. I know that there's textual variance, and so I would say that besides that Scripture seems to have been preserved. That and I believe that there is a certain level of trust that you have to have in the church fathers and the councils and everything. Because when it comes to the Gospel of Thomas, when it comes to all the Gnostic Gospels and everything, there had to be a council to where they had to give a canon. And so I give the council's authority when it comes to that.
The councils.
Yes, like the Council of Nicaea.
You give them authority. Why do you give them authority?
Because I believe that Jesus Christ gave the keys to Peter and the apostles, and that the church was instituted and has a certain level of authority.
So when was the Council of Nicaea?
When? I believe it was 324.
So 300.
324 AD. I know it was
nearly 300 years after.
Yes.
So nearly 300 years after the death of Jesus.
Right, and a lot of... yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, who gave the Council of Nicaea authority?
Right, I would say that Jesus gave authority to the apostles, and then there is apostolic succession and apostolic tradition up into the council. Yeah.
How can you verify that apostolic succession?
Well, we can look at in the New Testament where, for example, Paul, talking to Timothy, says that he's his spiritual father. So you can see apostolic succession in that sense. And then we have writings from someone like Ignatius, I believe, is one of the first apostolic fathers. And so I believe that we have enough evidence pointing to apostolic tradition and succession.
Well, I'm going to chime in real quick if you don't mind, Thrayle, because I did think
go for it.
A question. Now that you brought up something, so you mentioned the Dead Sea Scrolls. That would be the Hebrew text and the Greek Septuagint, and this is basically Old Testament material. So in regards to the canon of the New Testament that were established not about canonizing any of the books. It was about the Trinity theology. It was about establishing that as official church doctrine. But when Thrayle asked you about if there were any parts of the books that were fabricated, if you think there's a possibility that any of it was fabricated. If I told you that the earliest manuscripts, complete manuscripts that we have, such as Sinaiticus, Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, which would date in the 3rd and 4th century, those earliest texts, we don't see certain stories show up, such as John 8, the let he who is without sin throw the first stone, that whole story. That didn't show up until closer to the 5th century. And so it would seem that that's an interpolation. That's something that was added into the text later on. So wouldn't that kind of seem like it's a fabrication?
I wouldn't consider it a fabrication. If anything, I would consider it a development of doctrine. And like it was being discussed earlier about sola scriptura, I would also say I don't think necessarily that we are limited to just what the scriptures would have been. Because of course, I mean, at the time of Jesus, there wasn't any New Testament scriptures. So there would have been oral tradition up to the point.
And you think that
where,
oral tradition just got left? I'm just going to ask you. You think that oral tradition just got left out of those earliest manuscripts that we have, and it continued somehow into the 5th century, and finally made it to the canon?
Right, I would have to look into that exact account you're talking about, but yeah,
that's not the only one, by the way. That's just one example.
Actually, my brother actually just told me about one. He said that the last chapter of Mark is one that
the ending of Mark. Yep.
Yeah, the ending of Mark. Yeah.
In fact, your translation will tell you that. If you open up to Mark 16, you read the first little portion of that chapter, and it ends with, Mary leaving the tomb frightened. And then it'll tell you there should be a note that said this is the extended ending that didn't show up until later. It'll actually explain that, and it should have the same footnote for John 8 as well.
Right, and looking at it in a more skeptical way, you would say that adding a chapter like that to the ending of it, especially adding on the resurrection of Christ, would seem to be a theological fabrication. You could say it's adding this on so that it teaches our theology of Jesus resurrecting and everything. Yeah, that's interesting.
So when you say it was added on for theological reasons, you said you wouldn't necessarily call that a fabrication. How do you explain that if it's not a fabrication?
Well, if by fabrication, I suppose a better word would be like you could say an alteration of the text. To me, fabrication just gives it it's like there's a conspiracy of fabricating it. I would say that could be the case. I'm not able to rule that out. But I'd say if we believe that the Holy Spirit guides the church to preserve Scripture, then examples of chapters being added on like that would just be a development of doctrine and a progression of theology, rather than
right. I wouldn't call that a conspiracy,
right?
But I wouldn't call it authentic either. I would see this as men writing, additional portions to the story to support a doctrine.
Right.
And I, you know, I don't, I don't necessarily. I think it's a natural thing for humans to do when it comes to mythology. I think once people attach themselves to a story, it's a very natural progression to, you know, want to take it and so if it was a conspiracy, it would be a coordinated effort in one specific group. But we don't really see that. We see multiple authors over centuries, you know, compiling a story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the, if you want to call it mythology, or just the religion is developing over time, and there's accretions of doctrine. See, and that's one thing that, like, when it comes to someone that would reject any kind of development of dogma or doctrine and says that we have to go back to like the New Testament and exactly what they believed, and there can't be any development. I don't believe that. And so chapters like that being added, I wouldn't say that would be a problem for me.
What would it tell you if it were the case that once the church was established as a state religion, they looked at all of the other sects of Christianity that they considered heretical, and you know, now I guess this would be a little more along the lines of a conspiracy, but this is something that we actually, you know, can see through history. Is they would they got busy. They wanted to do away with the heretics, so they did a lot of book burning and church destroying, and you know, and even martyrdom, if you will, of other sects of Christianity, which there were several, or you know, that had a chance to develop over those centuries.
Right. Yeah.
So what the old story or the old adage of history is written by the victors. This is exactly a case of that. You know, like the winners were the ones, pretty much the doctrine that we know today, through all these councils and all, you know, the canonizations and all the way through until the Protestant Reformation. The Catholic Church was in charge of everything, pretty much.
Right. Yeah. I would say that when it comes to Christianity becoming the state religion and then them persecuting heretics, I would say that it was bound to happen. That's the way that religion and theology and everything evolves. Because when the Roman Empire was ruled by pagans, they were persecuting the Christians, and so it's just natural that whoever has power persecutes their enemies or who they see as heretics. I don't think that would negate the truth of Christianity at all.
Do you think though that this is a way that the Holy Spirit would operate?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I also wouldn't rule it out, because I don't think that the Holy Spirit is, I know that it's represented as a dove and is seen as peaceful, but when it comes to, say, the Christianization of Europe, I mean, if the religion was going to spread, it had to have been done that way. I know that there were missionaries that would go out and spread the gospel, but eventually there's going to be conflict. And so I would say that I'm able to recognize that, of course, the church wasn't perfect. I would say that there were times that they were, you could say, too harsh in their persecution, or or you could say tyrannical. But I think that that's just an example of no matter what religion we as humans have, that's going to be the case. There's always going to be conflict. But of course, we do have, from St. Augustine, we have the tradition of just war theory. So in Christianity, there is the idea of trying to limit warfare and trying to defend rather than to wage war. So I also have that understanding of it.
Do you think that a religion that purports a singular deity that is above all other deities might lead to more supremacy mindsets than religions that are more open to polytheism and absorbing other pantheons?
Well, yes, that's what we see throughout history. When the Romans were pagan, or when they had their religion, they would incorporate the other religions of people when they would conquer them, and so yeah, I get that. Of course, when it comes to Christianity, yeah, when you believe that there's one supreme deity that is sovereign over all other deities, then yeah, that will be the case eventually. So yeah, but I would say that when I look at the philosophical arguments and when I do what I can to understand the divine essence, I believe that there has to be an ultimate supreme being at the top of the hierarchy. I would say that when it comes to the other religions, the pagan religions that people had, like for example Zeus, that there's the idea of there being gods of
So
the
you're
nations.
saying that it is supremacist, but it must be true?
Yes.
So are you saying that all of the atrocities that have been committed in the name of spreading this religion are justified?
Are they all justified? No, I wouldn't say that all atrocities are justified. I would say that the spreading of the gospel and of the church, that it is for the greater good, but I wouldn't say that it's necessary to justify all atrocities. But as I was saying, I think that it's that it is bound to happen because of, like you said, the contention
But
of.
do you know that it is bound to happen, or are you just assuming that so that you can say that, well, if it wasn't this religion, it would have been a different religion? Like, are there not areas of the world where those religions did not go out and conquer? They were conquered and obliterated by this one?
Well, exactly. And so I would say, like you said, they didn't go out and conquer, so of course a religion that does is going to be the victor. And so whether you believe that
does that make that religion right?
No, it just, I mean, if you look at it in the strict sense of, like Everlasting said earlier, the history is written by the victor. So whether it's right or wrong, it's just how it plays out.
Are you familiar with Eusebius?
Yes. I haven't read much by him, but I definitely am familiar with the name.
Do you know what his role was?
No, go ahead and Enlighten me.
Constantine commissioned him to establish a history for Christianity, because that's the one thing that was lacking was, like a good timeline of the events that carries this apostolic succession.
Okay.
And so through the writings of Eusebius, we find a couple of interesting things. And one of them that sticks out to me is well, first of all, he comments how difficult his job is because the early Christians left barely a footprint in the sand. And then he goes on to quote Plato's noble lie, which is the concept that it's okay to, tell a lie if it's for the greater good, like kind of what you were just talking about. Like if it's for the greater good of society or mankind, that the church, the church's agenda is established, basically. And so I'm wondering, in light of what we can see through history with a lot of the atrocities that Blake was just trying to talk to you about, and then really establishing whether or not the accounts given within the story of Christianity are they true accounts? Like, is this really a divine story?
Right. Is it truly divine revelation rather than just created
men with
by men?
agendas?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Right. I would say that one thing though is that I don't limit divine revelation to just scripture or to just the church. For example, I believe there was a lot of divine revelation from people like you mentioned Plato or any of the Greek philosophers or the Romans. I believe that there was a lot of divine revelation that had already happened throughout history. I just believe that it all culminated in the God-man, Jesus Christ. To me, the idea of God becoming flesh and resurrecting it, I would even say there has been times where I'm skeptical and I doubt the literal the historicity of it, and I believe that the allegorical and spiritual meaning is worthwhile. So when you talk about Eusebius mentioning the noble lie, I'm gonna have to look into that, see how that would be the case. I'm not sure how evident it is though that was the case. Do you know exactly what source I would be able to find that Eusebius mentioning the noble lie?
I thought it was in Demonstratio Evangelico, but I think I was wrong about that. And I can't remember which of his writings, because he did quite a bit of writing, so we do have a lot of his extant writings. So you could look it up though. I mean, it's easily Googleable. I could probably do it right now.
While he does that, thank you everybody for the 46,000 times you've tapped the screen. All those likes do help get us out more to the FYP and maybe to somebody else who has the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. And also thank you guys for the 33 shares. Those really help quite a bit. And before I lose the list, let me make sure I thank Tide of Silence, Mrs. JJ, and well, I'm sure there were more, but appreciate you guys so much. Yeah, there they are, Clown Kane. Oh, that's awesome, and Brad and Tricerabear and Dash. thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate all of you. Everlasting, if you're ready.
I just typed it in the comments there. Preparatio Evangelica, which is the preparation for the Gospels.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go check that out. I appreciate the discussion and for having me up on the live.
Absolutely, Carolina. Hopefully we get to see you again and maybe ask you a few more questions. Who knows? Maybe you'll find new answers, and we'll definitely want to question those.
All right, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you being here. I mean, it kind of felt like there was a brick wall there, but otherwise he was courteous and polite, and I appreciate that very much. It does seem like there might be room for questioning, and I wonder, well, what he'll do with that little bit of space. But if you've got a belief in a god, or God's a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We're just here to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in. And if you've been up here before, if you've questioned your beliefs, and you've just been waiting for your chance to turn the tables, well, this would be that chance. It is Question the Questioner. So if you've if you've been here before and questioned your beliefs, go ahead and request up if you have any questions for me. I don't think we'll get very many takers. Which, it's kind of disappointing. I don't know where all the other believers are. Do you have a belief? Why haven't you requested up yet?
Thrayle, what can you tell me about the Baha'i faith? I know very little about it.
Sort of a successor of sorts to Islam, though Islam kind of makes it, well, clear there won't be a successor. They work around that by basically saying there's a new cycle of prophets, beginning with their prophet, Baha'u'llah, and that the old cycle was closed with Muhammad. But they also include other religious figures as the prophets in this progressive revelation. And, other than that, I don't know really too much about the origins of the faith, but the belief in general was that all beliefs were in one God. All religions were praying to the same God. All people were of the same people. That we should all be loving each other and teaching each other, not hating and destroying. And that teaching seemed, all right. But then they had a few other things that are a little questionable.
Is there divine judgment in their doctrine?
I actually don't know too much about that. I don't know very much about the afterlife beliefs, except that there's a heaven of sorts. I don't know if they believe in a hell. It seems like it might go against the idea that we are all God's children.
So it sounds like the basic idea is sitting to God, therefore you would fall into that category or whatever under that. I don't know if that's an overgeneralization, but because this is actually a theological question that I had about Islam, is that if all it means to be a Muslim is to submit to God, and if this God is truly the omnipotent creator of all of the cosmos, then wouldn't that literally make everybody? How could anybody not be in submission to the God, even if you're not doing it willingly of your own accord, just by inherence of being immortal? You're going to be in submission to an immortal, all powerful being, as described in the Bible and in the Quran.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if maybe sorry, because that little pause was just me contemplating for a second. I'm wondering if maybe that idea is where the progressive revelation of the Baha'i faith kind of takes it, is in that kind of a direction where we are all in submission to the Creator.
Don't know if that's a part of it at all. I really don't. I admittedly probably should have studied the belief that I left behind more than I did, but I found enough to not believe it and didn't dig too much deeper. So I don't know if that's the idea, if it's all submission to God, or if there's degrees of closeness or near farness from God. And I don't know. I remember some of the songs, and I remember I remember not being convinced or compelled that the God I was being told about was there. And to answer Ike, I imagine he would have spoken about it as more progressive, especially if he's a current practitioner. I would look into the governing body, its stance on women in leadership, and maybe the age of adulthood in that faith, and question if that's really that progressive. Also, the spiritual incompleteness of homosexuality according to that faith. There's a few things that are definitely not progressive.
What do you think kept you from questioning or exploring more of the theology before you abandon it. I understand you say you there was enough there for you to detach from. I'm just kind of wondering, was it was it just not worth the effort, I guess, once you'd moved on to explore it?
That is a good question. Yeah, once I found flaw enough to not believe it, I didn't find it compelling enough to dive into, strangely enough. It feels like an oversight on my part.
I ask because I kind of had the opposite effect when when I departed from my childhood upbringing under Christian, theology. I put like quite a bit of effort into really trying to understand Christianity in my adult years. And I know for a fact that it was never I was never motivated to understand it so that I could finally get it or finally oh, okay, this is why I should be a Christian now. I readily admit that my effort put towards understanding it was specifically if I'm gonna reject it and encourage other people to question it, I want to question the strongest version of it. And the only way to do that is to understand it and to really learn about the history and the different doctrines within the overarching umbrella of Christianity, and just so that I can at least converse with people about it. But primarily, I do understand, I don't deny that my motivation wasn't to someday return to this faith, or because I was never really a part of the faith itself, because I never really believed it. And so maybe a lot of my exploration was driven by confirmation bias. I wanted to learn more about it so I could, argue against it. So yeah, that's just in trying to, I don't know, draw a comparison between my experience and kind of seems like what you experienced with.
Yeah, I suppose I found I found what felt like contradictions to what I'd been taught of the God. And and things that I found myself repulsed by. And that seemed adequate, I guess, for me to be ready to move on to something else. And at that age, it just didn't occur to me to look back. And now, all these years later, I have looked back little bits, but not in depth. Enough to, well, I suppose, to confirm my bias. Perhaps I should question it. I wonder if there's anything within it that I could find that would reconcile the problems that I still see. I don't imagine anything that could, but I don't think I'm close to that possibility. I've had, really 3, I think, maybe 4 guests on this panel who have been former Baha'is. One still claims to believe what is taught, but was, the only person I've ever known to be removed. I don't need to go any further into that. The others were former believers, and one of them seemed to still believe as well, but for the rules against alcohol. So we didn't get very good interviews because the alcohol.
Yeah.
And
I know one of them.
Former believers.
Yeah, I remember one of the ones you're talking about that was former Baha'i.
Yeah.
Because I'd been on, I think he was on Shadow Band's panel. I think that's where I met him originally. But he's a really nice guy. But he
knows. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to Kernunos a few times, and he is, he is a very nice guy and great questioner too. But yeah, former believer. So his, we only got so far questioning a former belief, but it was interesting still to hear why others left. Yeah, and the other ones are, the ones that still believe in something like it, I haven't been able to have coherent conversations with.
Is there anything you have ever found yourself missing that you haven't been able to find to source anywhere else?
I'm not sure what you mean by missing.
Well, when I was first thinking of asking this question, I thought about saying, with the exception of like community or whatever, or family tradition, and then I thought about it and I was like, no, I think that would be a good thing to include in things that you might be missing that you wouldn't find any other place, or you haven't found any other place.
Well, that would assume that I had found it there and left it behind. I can't think of anything that I left behind in that faith that I can't find somewhere else.
That was my question. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay.
I mean, the food is the only thing when people ask me what I miss. That would be it. The Iranian food that I grew up eating at our feasts and meetings.
Valid.
Every Sunday and Wednesday, we would have dinner at church.
Every what?
Every Sunday and Wednesday, we would have dinner at church.
Mm-hmm.
Potluck.
And it was something like that. Well, it was all cooked there at the church. It wasn't like people brought it to the church. We had a kitchen and like a little dining hall. And Sundays was like the long days because we would be there in the early morning and stay until about noon. Then everyone would leave for a few hours and come back around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. And we'd have dinner there and another little tiny service. And I don't remember most of the food itself because it's just your typical, like, everyday food that they would cook there. One thing I remember is, like, every time they had the dinners, there's a big old salad bowl. They'd always have salad with everything.
Are you missing the food?
I think I'm always missing food in general, Thrayle. I love to eat.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't have to be church food. Just
Yeah,
food.
it doesn't have to be church food, just food. If you sit there and say, "Oh, do you miss Taco Bell even though you had it yesterday?" Yes, I do.
I wonder if there's anybody with a belief. Anybody? With a belief. Yeah, like, you know, those things where you, like, accept a thing to be true. I wonder if anybody's got one of those. For, like, a god or, maybe, like, Yetis. We do Yetis. And we've never done vampires. However, gods, really, if you got a belief in a god, but, you know, any of that other stuff too. We're not here to argue or debate. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And, well, if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I mean, really, and do you even know? Do you know what you believe? Is it just a name? Is it as vague as my recollection of the faith of my childhood? Or do you have something more concrete of what your belief is? Or that why? What about that? Have you ever thought about what the why for your belief is? What the reason that you hold on to, that you practice, utilize, follow, whatever it is you do with it. What reason do you have?
I told you about the guy who said that he was a werewolf, right, Thrayle?
I'm not remembering,
Oh, yeah. No, it was when I was in the Army. And dude, I was having I never sat on this side of the chow hall before. And I was sitting there, I was talking to this dude, and he seemed alright, like he was very, very, he was very nice, polite. We had a lot of same interests. Then out of nowhere, he just says, "I'm a werewolf." And I was like, "I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat that for me?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm a werewolf." I'm like, "Oh, are you?" And then I was like, "So could you, like, transform or something?" And his legit response was, "Well, I could, but but I'm not going to here because then the government will want to run tests on me. And I was like, I gotta go. So I left, and I never sat on that side of the chow hall ever again. One and done. I was done after that. I was like, no. I definitely was not in the questioning your beliefs stage of life. I was, nope, I'm out of here.
I would have encouraged him to explore Buddhism, and maybe he would become an werewolf.
I love that.
And a werewolf. Nice.
Hello, Dr.
Hey, look at that. We got Dr. Josh. How you doing this morning?
I am well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. It's been a slow night. We got really just that one believer pretty much all night. Yeah, and he left not long after you did, so I was hopeful we could keep him around, but he seemed ready to move on, and maybe he'll come back and question again. It ended amicably, at least. But I was wondering something earlier. I don't remember. I don't remember Blake's exact question. He had one that he was wondering about too, but I was curious, do we really know very much about the ancient Mesopotamians' religious practices, their actual rituals and rites?
Yeah, actually, quite a bit more than we do about the Hebrew Bible.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so we have actual ritual texts, and what I mean by that is step 1, do this. Step 2. So 2 that come to mind, but there are lots. From the 18th century, you have there's a city called Mari, Mari, and there's a ritual text explanation of this the king performs in, but there's a ritual tablet. You can read it. I mean, it's in French at the moment, but yeah, I mean, we have this is the line of the particular lamentation that you recite at this time, and so yeah, it's the text itself is descriptive. There's also one that's incredibly fascinating from the Hellenistic period, the city of Uruk, and it's probably reflective of a ritual that had been practiced. I mean, we have earlier evidence for it, but it's the recovering of the kettle drum, which might sound like sort of a boring thing to have a ritual for, but the kettle drum was part of the particular priest called the Gala priests would use this drum, and it had a bull hide over top. It was a bronze kettle drum, and it was considered to be like a divine instrument. And so there was a whole process for selecting the bull and slaughtering it, and then creating the sorry, there was a loud mobile machine next to me that I didn't want to come through. But yeah, so we have the ritual text, and what's fascinating about it is you have the prescriptions for what the priest is supposed to say, where he's supposed to stand, and we ended up translating through the whole thing. It's in late Sumerian, but it's funny because part of the process involves the priest bringing this huge bowl, ungelded bowl, into this little workshop, and it, like the way that it's described, it's like a big ass bowl inside of a not so big workshop, and you've got these priests, and they're like sprinkling flour around it, and at one point they have to whisper, and the way that they do it. Sorry, I shouldn't get such a kick out of this, but I do. They take a reed and they they put it up to the bull's ear and then whisper into the reed. And I remember we were translating through this with Paul Del Nero, my advisor. I stopped and I said, "How many priests do you think unalived during this process?" Right, like they're in the middle of whispering into this big ass bull's ear, and then the bull like it gets startled and like flicks its head to the side and just jams the reed.
Josh,
Anyway,
how else would you whisper into an ear of a bull? You have to use.
I mean, yeah, right. I hear you. It's all journey.
Well, how many priests unalive before they figured out they had to whisper? And then I'm sure it still happened once they figured out the whisper and the reed situation.
Fair enough. Just all around unwise thing to do, I think, to bring a bull, because you had to, while it was in there, you had to check very much like Levitical prescriptions. You couldn't have the animals. Certain animals had to be like unblemished, right? So you had to inspect them. Well, this one, the ritual requires that you check all the tufts of like all the hairs. And if it has to be completely black, if there are any white tufts, and so you got to check the bull. Like, I don't know, it's not a job I would want. So anyway, all of that to say, yes, we know a fair amount.
I came up specifically when you started talking about Mesopotamian religion because before you mentioned this, it was because I had a question about this kettle drum ritual. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't want to cough into my mic. So I saw somewhere where you were talking about that that kind of stood out to me is after you were talking about the actual ritual where they kind of make the bull skin divine, like whatever they do to make it become a divine object, and they're putting it on the drum. You were talking about like the sinew of the right thigh is what's like used to tie it down. And I wonder, I was curious on your opinion if you thought this developed from a similar tradition that maybe predates both, or if one like kind of influenced the other or something. But when I was reading your thing about this, it reminded me about when Jacob wrestles with God, and then it has this random thing at the end of the wrestling about how he touches his hip socket, and that's why they don't eat the right thigh of animals anymore. And I was wondering if you thought that, like, I don't know, if you thought that tradition was like regional or related at all, like had any common background.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the things that kind of jump out at me when you say it, the right side of anything is like the auspicious side, right? It's like the good side in the ancient Near East, as I'm sure you, but for everybody else. Huh?
I said because you don't want the wrong side, you want the right side.
Yeah. This is a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What I was gonna say wasn't related to the topic. It was just gonna. I was just gonna say, if you want to check, you can go back. This is some random obsession of mine. Before you ever came on my live a little while back, or before we were ever really on the same live together, I DM'd you this before you were following me, I DM'd you this question forever ago. Because I'm like,
really?
Yeah,
That's funny.
Yeah, when you brought it up today, I got excited.
It's so funny. Sorry to deviate for a second on that. Like in what was it, 2018, when we started doing the YouTube channel, man, I wanted to answer every question, and so like we were putting up a video a day, our daily data. Every day I would do a video, and people like would message me and say like, and yeah, had to do that. But like after a while, it just became impossible. To interactive. Yeah. So,
yeah, and I wasn't upset. I wasn't saying that to say, oh, you didn't DM me back. I was just saying it's funny that like, I saw you come up and y'all started talking about Mesopotamian stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to ask about that now that I have a chance. And then you mentioned it like before I even got up here. So it was just
That's cool. That's cool.
Sorry, I know that's off topic. I kind of
no
now, but
I guess the thing about there's lots of stuff that gets done with, obviously the bits of an animal. The thing that I would want to do is you probably know this, but for everybody else, there's an Akkadian dictionary. It's called the Chicago Assyrian Dictionary, and it's free online. It's like in 22 volumes, I think. And not that anybody's going to go do this, but I'd like to know what the word is, the Akkadian word for that sinew, because I obviously don't know it off the top of my head. Although that would be really dope if I did. Yeah, the Akkadian word for the right sinew of a thigh is. But, and then look at all the different uses of it, and then see, if there's any overlap between what, the word that's used there for socket in the Hebrew.
Yeah, you're right. Because I wasn't even really thinking about that. Like, it might even be a totally different like root there. So me picking out that it's the right thigh of both, like when it's talking about the sinew versus like the socket and stuff, it could be a related term, or it could be completely it could just be something I like pulled out because I had read that chapter recently or something. But
that's what's I know I say this all the time, but like that's what I love about this community, is that like you guys have such brilliant minds that even if you're not necessarily trained in all these specific things, you notice stuff that they're very interesting questions that I think are really important. Anyway, but Thrayle, did I answer the question? I don't.
You really did, much more elaborately than I had expected. I did know we had quite a bit of evidence. I wasn't quite sure how much. And wow.
Yeah, we actually, so my dissertation was sort of, it ended up going in two related directions. So I wrote on scribal education in the early second millennium. And then I wrote on the primary thing that I was initially going to write on, which was lamentational liturgy. Basically, any time that, temples were made out of mud brick, and mud brick lasts about 50 years, roughly, before it has to be significantly rebuilt or, repaired. And so anytime you built a temple, a god's temple out of this mud brick, inevitably it was going to have to be significantly repaired or just torn down and rebuilt. And when you did, that was a sort of a liminal space that was created where, you go messing with a god's house, could piss him off or piss her off, and they might leave. And if the deity leaves, shit gets real. In the city, because they're there to protect the city and to make sure everything goes smoothly, which is why, as an aside, when like in Ezekiel, when you see Yahweh getting on his mobile throne and leaving. There's got to be a play there, mobile phone, mobile throne. Anyway, it's a freebie. Go ahead, somebody can run with that. That he's leaving because Jerusalem's falling. Judas gone to shit. But one of the things that the Gala priest is there to do is to try to appease the heart of the angry God. And so they have these liturgies, these laments that they recite, and they sing them. And they're supposed to like assuage the God who's become angry because you're fucking with his house. And so that's what I wrote my half of my dissertation on, was these laments. And we actually have quite a lot of information about when they were sung, what sort of events could cause, could trigger a God being pissed off. And then, how that lament was supposed to be sung and performed. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I feel like Naaman probably added that to Ezekiel so we wouldn't have to roll around cartloads.
Gosh, T-Mobile stands for Throne Mobile.
Damn.
Can you hear me now?
Well played. Well played. Can you fear me now?
Can you fear me now? So how much do we have in terms of dietary law from Mesopotamia?
Dietary law. I don't know that we have a lot of law about what they could consume. I have to think about that. I think a lot of the dietary restrictions, obviously, that we see in the Hebrew Bible are there to, as everybody I'm sure knows, like to make Israel sort of stand apart. But I don't know of any, off the top of my head, I don't know of any specific restrictions on what you can't eat. We know a lot about what they did eat. None of which would be surprising, I'm sure. Grain and beer and meat. But
it might be a big shift, but Blake, do you remember the thing that you wanted to ask Dr. Josh?
Yeah, this might be out of your region and time period, but we were talking. I was asking Thrayle like if there was any specific religion that they would like to learn more about that like they don't have access to, and then we got on Artemis of Ephesus. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but do you know anything about that? I'm just like intrigued by. Everybody gets stuck on the boobles, but there's like a tower headdress. She's getting climbed on by griffins. Her lower half of her dress seems like very architectural as well. But I know that might be out of your region and time period. So
yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know much about it. It's the shitty thing about having specializations. You're dumb in all the other areas. I feel like that gets highlighted a lot for me. Sorry.
oh, no worries. I figured it was not the area.
If people are interested, Megan is actually putting a course together for Bart Ehrman's, what is the Biblical Studies Academy. They asked her to put a course together after she did her lecture for his Hebrew Bible conference. And so it's on like the Mesopotamian background of the Hebrew Bible. So it's much more about just broadly Mesopotamian background. So she was running it by me yesterday to see if I thought maybe there was anything else she could add, but it's really good.
This is something I can read.
It's he's got like a, you know how we have our Learn Hebrew, Learn Sumerian video courses, and like I think we've got an astronomy one, and we've got some other stuff. Learn Middle Egyptian. I can't remember all the stuff that Megan's got up there, but we have these video courses that you can get. Well, Bart has something similar. Like Joel Baden's has just released one on like the Hebrew Bible. Can't remember. I think it's on the Ten Commandments, maybe. But they asked her to do one, so it's you buy the course and you get like lifetime access to the videos or something. But she's got to have it into them, I think, by the end of the month. So I would imagine sometime in June it'll be.
I was kind of curious on your opinion on, what is it? Is it Exodus 20? Is it chapter 21 or 22 that at the end talks about bulls being worshipped and kind of, it basically talks about sons, in the same way as bull sacrifice. Is your opinion like that comes from an earlier tradition of child sacrifice, or do you think that that's evidence that early Yahweh worship would have included child sacrifice, or just what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and before I answer, I'd refer everybody to Heath Durrell's, Dewrell, his book on child sacrifice in the ancient Near East. He wrote his dissertation on it and published it. But he taught at Princeton for a while now. He's down at University of Texas, Austin. Super nice guy as well. He taught me Akkadian my first year when I was at Hopkins. Actually, he's having me come down in August to teach a Sumerian crash course over 2 days. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I think the way that he said it, I think is really apt. When you look at the Hebrew Bible and what it's doing with child sacrifice, you don't make laws against things that people aren't doing. And I think that, when Ezekiel says things like, hey, gave them laws that, were to like horrify them. And, Jeremiah's got to say, hey, it didn't even come to mind. Didn't even think about that. I mean, I think that's just sort of like the lady doth protest too much. So yeah, I mean, I think when you look at Exodus, which, the covenant code tends to be considered the earliest, as everybody here probably knows, I suspect that that's reflecting an earlier tradition that gets, railed against a bit. Maybe that might be too strong, but in like later holiness code stuff in Leviticus. So yeah. I think that's probably what's going on there.
That makes sense. I knew you had mentioned it in your book, or I think volume 1 of your Old Testament book. In both of them, it was it wasn't an argument for that. Yeah, so I was just curious on your stance. But yeah, that makes sense. What was his name again? The
Heath Durrell, D-E-W.
Heath Durrell. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
R-E-L. It's Eisenbrand's published it, I think. But it's a white volume. I can see it on my shelf, but I can't remember the series that it's in. But it's an excellent book. And I think I summarized it a little bit in that chapter. And that, if people are interested in like the free summary of it, we interviewed him on our channel years ago on this particular topic. So go to Digital Hammurabi, Heath to Thrayle, child sacrifice. You can probably find it.
I wonder if anybody else has a question for Dr. Josh, since he's on the panel during Question the Questioner.
But I have a customer.
Oh, you do, but you have a customer. Well, thanks for...
Resurrected Skeptic had a question there in the comments.
Oh, yeah. He's asking, what do you think about Zerubbabel being made into a signet ring? Into a signet ring, the curse of Jacob. Oh, I have no idea what he's talking about.
Sorry, it kind of broke up a little for me. It's probably on my end.
Yeah, he's asking what you think of the Zerubbabel being made into a signet ring.
Oh, yeah. You know, questions like that, I'm hesitant to answer without reading through the secondary literature first. Just because of they tend to be in passages that are contentious and how do I say, used here online in a good way, and I don't want to mislead without reading through what people have written about it recently. So I'm making a mental note of that to go back and look and see what people are saying about that.
Josh.
Sorry, you go ahead.
No, yours is more on topic of what was just now said.
It's Skeptic in the comments, maybe like what he was referring to, because I know that that Jeconiah is cursed. The only reason I know that is because when we go over like New Testament stuff all the time, it's something that's brought up because Jesus' lineage includes Jeconiah. So if his lineage was cursed, then like would that make it where Jesus couldn't be the Messiah? So I know that's in Jeremiah 22, but I think that I was wondering if he was asking because of Zerubbabel, some people interpreting that as like that being a reversal of the curse, like as like the lineage not being cursed anymore, like if that's what you were asking. I'm not saying I have an answer. I was just trying to see if that's like what you were getting at, because I think I've heard some people claim like that's what's happening there.
Zerubbabel was born after Jeconiah.
Yeah, I think Zerubbabel was his, like, I don't know, son or grandson or something.
Grandson. But the curse rendered Jeconiah childless, essentially.
Yeah.
Josh, the child sacrifice you were mentioning earlier, is that the one about the where it talks about giving up your firstborn.
Yeah, the
in
one there.
Old Testament.
Yeah, in Exodus 22. Yeah.
Like at the end, like what, verse 29 or something?
Yeah, 28, 29, somewhere around there.
The consecration thing. And where do you fall on that? You said it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the text is, referencing a representative of a tradition where, sacrifices were made to Yahweh. This is certainly Heath's position, and again, I think he makes a very thorough case for it. The thing that I think for me is complicated. I don't know if everybody knows this. I'm writing that commentary on Leviticus. And, Heath points out correctly that the old Malk sacrifices that we see in those Phoenician inscriptions, show that Molech wasn't like some deity, but it was a type of sacrifice, a Malk sacrifice. But I'm not sure that stays that way in Leviticus, because the way that the MLK, just call it that, sacrifice is portrayed in Leviticus, there's language that is suggestive of it being a deity. So I don't know if it morphed by the time that the Holiness Code was put together into a deity, that they thought of it as, something that the children were sacrificed to. I don't know. I'm still sort of feeling my way through that. So, yeah, I think you have, in the same way that you have this view of the divine council that sort of has, changing, shifting, I don't want to say linearly developing, but like shifting development throughout the Hebrew Bible. And it gets represented in different passages in different ways. I think the same is true with a lot of different theological conceptions. But
so are you saying when you are referencing the language around it, obviously, like, we've talked about this before. I do Greek, so my Hebrew is like basically non-existent. But do you mean? But I have noticed in English translations, a lot of times it'll have like to Molech and stuff like that. Are you saying like instead of it being used as like an adjective for the type of sacrifice, it's being like it's worded in a way that as if it's to something when they use that MLK word, that Molk, that it's like being used where grammatically it wouldn't make sense for it to be a type of sacrifice anymore, even if that's like originally how it was discussed?
this is the third time this has happened where I can't remember the specific thing. So the way that this worked out for me, and I may be moving through a bad area, so forgive me if I cut out for a moment. But I was, translating through Leviticus the first time, and having read Heath's book and the other secondary literature on it, that was when I got to that section of Leviticus, I translated it as an MLK, as an MLK sacrifice. But then I got to a particular part, and it was clear to me that the language was parallel. There were things that were done for Yahweh were done for MLK.
Yeah.
Like there was parallel there. And it was like, so I remember having to go back to Molech and again, I'm 420 pages in or something, like 8.5 by 11 pages into that commentary now. But I still have a lot that I've got to work through. So stay tuned, I guess.
Yeah. So are you saying you like? So are you saying you have some suspicion? And like when I ask, I appreciate when you say you don't really remember. I actually I appreciate it because I feel like we get so many confidently wrong answers that it's really refreshing having a conversation like that. I mean, not specifically on here, just on the TikTok space in general. But so are you saying you think that in the way you were talking about with B'nai Elohim or like the messenger of God, like the things like that, are you saying that you think that there might be something going on where there's an earlier tradition that didn't survive that may have had it and it may have been adjusted to make it into a god and no longer no longer a type of sacrifice that could have been to Yahweh, like as a theological, like to fix it, like a later layer, like a redaction.
Yeah, I mean, to use a sort of silly example that I tend to use, and actually I just did it. This is the way intertextuality works, and I think it can broadly inform us theological. Like I just said, the lady doth protest too much. Now, if you were to say, Josh, where does that come from? I'd be like, Shakespeare, somewhere. I don't know, like the specifics of that context, you wouldn't be able to assign, like, oh, Josh must be like a major in English literature. So, nope. I'm pulling that from popular usage, not from having read the play. And so I think, things that I'm assigning to that phrase might actually not be in its original context and might have gone through layers of reworked meaning in pop culture. And I think in the same way, intentionally or unintentionally, these traditions develop over time. And so a really good example of this sort of thing is the word ger, which is uber confusing in certain places when you read it in the Hebrew Bible. So ger is like the stranger, the resident alien, it gets translated a bunch of different ways. And part of the reason that it's problematic is that it seems to have slightly different meanings. And this shows up in these debate spheres where people will say things like, oh, look, the ger, the stranger in Leviticus 25, ger means proselyte. And so when you see it in Leviticus 25, where you have a ger or a toshav that can be taken as a permanent slave, well, if that word means proselyte, that means that they're anticipated that they're going to convert and become Israelites. And when they do, then the release laws apply to them. And so it's actually a way to like nullify slavery. I mean, it's total bullshit. But the reason for that is because ger in certain contexts in the Hebrew Bible, particularly later contexts, can take that meaning of proselyte. And certainly I think by the rabbinic period. So there's not, as we all say so often, and Dan has popularized, there's not this univocality, even among the lexemes, maybe especially among the lexemes. So I think that when we look at the Malk sacrifice, it could very well be that later writers have a tradition in front of them that doesn't, it's a tradition that's shifted and changed over time out of necessity. And I think that it's possible that they had this tradition in their hands or, in their minds, and that, the lines could have been blurred as to what that, MLK initially was, or as you said, maybe there's an intentional shift and they're trying to ascribe this type of sacrifice and sort of shift it into the deity that they believe is behind it or something. And I'm not sure yet. That was probably a big nothing burger explanation of mine. Sorry about that.
No, it's still interesting. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Resurrected Skeptic, can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
46.
I'm going to let you skip the usual hot seat, but I think next time you come by, I'd love to question your belief or lack of belief. But I know you got a question for Dr. Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for having me up. How's it going, Dr. Bowen?
Good, man. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. The question I was asking in the comments, I've heard Bart Ehrman talk about it, but I've never gotten a clear answer. And I was just curious what you thought about it, because he had brought up, I think a year or two ago in one of his videos, that Jeconiah, the signet ring was taken from him and was given to Zerubbabel in the book of Haggai. And he talked about how that could have possibly taken away the curse. I was just going to see what you thought about it.
Yeah. And that's why I say, and it's a really good, I mean, if nothing else, it's a really interesting observation. But because of how important that is in these discussions, because I think it really is, I always am, have a level of trepidation, as it were, to comment on those kinds of things. And I'll give a quick example here in a minute. But actually, there was a new commentary that just came out on Chronicles, and I can't for the life of me remember who wrote it. But she made like a really good case for how Satan in First Chronicles 26, I can't remember, 24. It's that parallel passage from in Samuel, that Satan is like a military leader. And like that is a really problematic thing if you're trying to use that as a like a problem passage. So I don't want to comment on that sort of thing until I've read all the the data, I suppose, on it and what other scholars have said about it. Sorry, I didn't need to say all of that. It's a very interesting question that I'm going to probably look at sometime today if I can find some time.
Josh, you have been working on that Leviticus commentary for quite some time. And now that you said how many pages you're into it, I understand why it's been this long.
People, did I tell you I got a contract to publish it with Phoenix Sheffield Press?
I vaguely remember something about that.
It's pretty cool because that we were going to publish it through Digital Hammurabi Press, because that's like how we earn a significant part of our living. But I said to Megan, I don't know how much. Actually, I think she said it to me. I don't know how many people out there are like chomping at the bit to buy a Leviticus commentary. Don't know if it's going to be on our bestseller list. That might be one that you want to. Well, I mean, hey. But no, I think it's probably a good one she said it's probably a good one to put out there for peer review with a peer review publisher for credentialing purposes, if nothing else. And yeah, I talked to Jeremy Kleins, and he's got a new series. I mean, relatively new. It's like a decade. Text of the Hebrew Bible commentary series. And he was like, I think it'd be a really good fit. So I'm pretty excited. I told them I'd have them a completed manuscript by the end of 28. Hopefully it'll be before then, but
I mean, whenever it comes out, I'm definitely going to get it. Like, I've gotten every other work of yours.
Oh, thanks, man. I
Is
appreciate that.
So are you saying this is the first thing? And I'm not talking about like papers, but like as far as books, is this the first thing that Digital Hammurabi like isn't the publisher for?
Yeah, I mean, I had a contribution to a Rutledge publication called "Misusing Scripture: What Are Evangelicals Doing with the Bible?" I think is what the title was. But it was just a chapter in there. So yeah, this is the. See, the thing is, nothing really that we like. The whole point of what we do is to take the work that people that are on the tip of the spear in the field are doing, who don't have time to make it palatable to the general public, to take that information and like distill it down and put it into consumable format, and then make it available. So nothing that we're doing necessarily requires peer review, because we're essentially like summarizing what the consensus position is on most things. We still do have people read it, like those atheist handbooks. I make sure that like Eric Klein and Joel Baden and Francesca Stavrakopoulou and Kenneth Atkinson like read through the important bits. But yeah, like in the end, it's not something that requires peer review, because there aren't like a bunch of new ideas that are coming out that need to be tested. But of course, what that leads to is people like what's his name? What Kip calls the now disgraced Egyptologist.
Mon Hillman.
And no, I guess that's another one.
What's his name?
It's the guy who has his like ancient civilization.
Yeah.
Right?
Damn, what is his name? That is awful.
My God.
I'm
Hancock.
getting old. Oh no, not him. He's this is a YouTube guy. Went to Liverpool. I can't believe that I know where he went to school. I can't remember his name. 9 hours, that guy. Come on, Josh. Anyway, archaeology, Egypt, ancient Egypt and the Bible. That's the name of his channel. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I can see his face. We've done so many review videos of him. What the hell is his name? Anyway, but he lambasted me in a video review one time because, oh, look, self-published. Look at this. It can't be worth anything because it's self-published. And I remember saying, yeah, like I get it. Like if you have to make a decision about whether you're going to read a book or something as an academic, and yeah, I'd probably pass over David Falk. Thank you. God. I mean, I guess it's a good thing that I couldn't bring his name to mind. It's like my brain is trying to purge. But and it turns out like I can't remember, like his first book was done not through self-publishing per se, but it was like the next closest thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that leads people to be able to say that. So having something like Phoenix Sheffield Press like peer review my work, and I sent off, I'll shut up, but I sent off in order for them to sign a contract with me, they needed me to send like a 3,000 word sample from the middle of the commentary and get it peer reviewed blindly. And obviously I still don't know who reviewed it, but they came back and it was saying that it was good for the series, so that felt good.
I still remember during the second Atheist Handbook, you read a little excerpt for us, and I was like, yep, this is going to be good. And so I've made sure I've gotten everything that you've written.
I really appreciate that. You guys have read my stuff. It's cool. I don't know if I said this. There are a bunch of people in the community that have wanted to learn Hebrew, but I get a lot of people that sign up for the first semester and then like drop out halfway through the 10 weeks. And the reason that they do, I think, is that the alphabet's hard. I mean, comparatively speaking. And they feel like they don't have enough time to learn it, which I get. And to be fair, I say when people sign up, like, this is not a dip your toe in the water sort of course. You're going to have to spend a couple hours a week, if not more in the beginning, to do this. But I talked to Megan and I said, we should really do something about that. So I recorded this 6-week course as like not a prerequisite, but like something that somebody could do. And it gives like 5 letters of the alphabet in the first lesson, and then the A vowels. And you just master those. And then the second lesson is like the next 5 letters, then the E vowels. And you do that over 6 weeks. So by the time you get to the first semester, you know the writing system. Like, you can pronounce everything out loud. You have no idea what you're reading, but you could read it all out loud. So I don't know if that helps anybody in the community, but those are up now, which is pretty cool. We are going to be starting the Hebrew 1 cycle, I think, in June. So
I don't know if I've made like flashcards just for the letters that are on a program that's like really easy to send the flashcard files back and forth to people. If like you think it would be useful to include, like, I don't know, or if the class has an online thing, like you could share it with people that are like just starting your class or something. Or I mean, I don't know. There are probably places that could find it all over the internet, but I have one as well.
No, I mean, send it to me if you like. I put together a PDF of all the stuff from Volume 1, Learning Ancient Hebrew Volume 1. So all the letters and the vowels and the vocabulary, and they're on a PDF that maps onto a certain Avery template, so that people buy the flashcard packet, like the Avery flashcard packet, they can just print them right onto it. And then Megan went through and put them all in Quizlet. But I mean, I don't know if people find Quizlet useful or so. Yeah, I mean, any of that stuff. I mean, the more of it that people see, the more it sets in. So definitely, if you would like, send it to me. I'll definitely take a look at it. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Quizlet's good too, but yeah, I use this thing called Anki because it has like a desktop app and a phone app and like a web page and all kind of. But yeah,
nice.
Well, as much as I love speaking to you, Dr. Josh, and you know I do, we've been friends for quite a while. I do have to go because I've got to get stuff done here at work.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, as much as I've enjoyed talking to you, it's time to kick you, Josh.
It's time for you
to go.
Like, out of everyone on this panel, I'm the one to say something like that. Of course, you know it. You know it, Josh.
No, I probably should go too.
It's because you can't substantiate your epistemology of whatever the fuck.
I mean, really what it is, Hammy, is that if you're not here, I don't feel grounded. So,
that's what it is.
Or is it because you think your great-great-granddaddy is a pine cone?
No, my great-great-granddaddy was a can of soup everlasting.
And the water rains down on the otters.
Speaking of books taking forever to publish and stuff, have you still been forcing Hannah to write theirs?
that book is going to be absolute dynamite. And I hope she's feeling motivated to get there, because she sent me the outline. I showed it to Megan, and she was like, "Oh my god, like this is going to be phenomenal." So I actually should text her today.
Well, good. I'm glad she's still working on it. I hadn't heard from her in a little bit, so I was curious.
I think she's been sick recently. But yeah, I thank you for reminding me. I should shoot her a message, see how she's doing. Well, guys, thank you for having me up and letting me blabber.
Absolutely.
As much as I did.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, I'll try to pop back in and listen here in a little bit.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you so much.
I also need to run. I'm running.
This is what they all do.
This is what I do.
First Josh, then
I'm selfish. I just need to sleep.
And everlasting. Appreciate you, I really do.
Thanks, buddy.
And well, now it's just you and me, Ike.
Hey.
I questioned you pretty good the last time you were here. And Alex came up and questioned you too. I'm curious, did you have any questions for the questioner?
I should. I guess I just. I'll have to think of some.
No worries. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods or higher powers or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. And if you've been questioned before, and you can question your beliefs, and maybe you've been waiting for the chance to turn the tables to question me, well, this is that chance. It is Question the Questioner. If you've been questioned before, go ahead and request up and bring me your questions. Right, Claire? Hammy said he had to go, and all of the rest of them scattered. Except Ike. Ike's thinking of a question. But this would be a great time for me to thank everybody for the 53,000 times you tapped the screen. Of course, all those do help get us out to the FYP, and all the 39 shares. Each of those do help too. Of course, the more we tap the screen and the more we hit that bent little arrow down there and copy the link or add it to your story, share it with friends, maybe even repost it. All those things help get us out and maybe get to somebody with the curiosity or the courage to question their beliefs. Thrayle, you're all done. Well, Suzanne, maybe it's a little early, isn't it? I've still got coffee. I've got, questions. And plenty of time. Well, at least another 3 or 4 hours, depending on you, really. Not just you, but like all of you and everyone who comes in. If there's anyone with a belief who can question it, that might keep us here a little longer. Questioning those beliefs. If you think you can question your beliefs, go ahead and click a box. I don't think Ike bites. I haven't checked, but I don't bite.
Only if it's consensual.
That's consent is key. Yep. That is important. Is growling involved? That might be a Discord question, Vi. What do you mean by growling?
Do you think that, like, meaning making, like feelings of purpose, do you think that's real, or like in some way, or do you think that it's just something that was like evolutionarily like advantageous for us to like perceive, even if it's not real? And do you think that matters? Do you think that would make it more or less important?
Do I think...
Yeah, sorry. Do you think that meaning making or purpose, like having a purpose for your life, do you think those are real?
Oh, real? I mean, real in that people decide on things and call them purpose or meaning. I don't know that they're like forces that exist that intend or have meaning, so I think the only meanings that we really have are the ones that we create, that we decide on.
Do you think that makes them more or less meaningful than if someone thought it was something that, exists as an outside force?
I mean, meaningful to whom? To me? Because, I mean, regardless of where someone thinks their meaning comes from, if they don't have a substantial way to evidence that it's external, that it comes from something objective, then it certainly seems that it would mean exactly the same as someone who intentionally created some absurdist religion and followed that meaning. The value of the meaning seems again, subjective, really, and otherwise likely equivalent. Great question, though. Really good.
I may be able to do more in a moment. My phone is on 7%. I'll still be able to hear, and I'll even stay up here unless you need the room. But I'm going to plug into the charger for a little bit, get the kids ready for school. But I'll be
no worries,
back in a moment.
We're probably going to play some music while we wait for a guest to show up. So, yeah, appreciate you. You're welcome to. Yeah, I think it might be time for some wake-up music, something, upbeat, something. Oh, I think I know what we can do. Songs we haven't listened to for a while from this community. Definitely that one. That one. Yep, you get to hear me just that one and that one because right now there's nobody with a belief requesting up. As Ketchup said, it's 6 a.m. Do you know where your beliefs are? Request on up. And I think we can give a couple of jams from the community a listen while we tap this screen. Hopefully we can break 60K before too long. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers or anything like that, and you think you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm really just here to see if you can even question. And, in the meantime, thank you to Joe for this coming song, and of course, we'll give a few more a listen unless somebody requests up.
Talk that wild talk, then back it up. Or pack it up. Yeah. Yeah. He said that Yeti live under his duplex. Show me grainy photos on the cracked Lex. Look, you see the claws? Bro, that's your cousin in some church socks and drawers. Shapeshifter. You just shift the angle, zoom in, crop out, twist every pixel you can mangle. They want the world flat, cause the glow too complex. Google every link, never once read a text. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers taped to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathe in hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blurred. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? I met a dude, swore his landlord reptile. Said he blinked sideways, tongue out, hostile. I said, or he's dressed late, rent 3 kids. And that stare mean pay up, not shapeshift, squid. You got charts on the wall with the red string, but can't keep the lights on. Late on everything, sharp in your mind like a sword in the dojo. Cut through the cap, not the neighbor at the bodega, bro. Chill. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth liars take to the pole. Will you trust more on me, more your soul? Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathing hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own? Look, some suits lie, that's a fact on the table. But every late night story ain't a leak label. You think planes fall off the side like crumbs, but can't explain ships coming back when they done. Marshall mind state, breathe stands tight. Discipline, not every shadow mean fight. I study both sides, then I step back slow. If it can't take questions, I already know. Word. Yeti in the basement, lizards in the Senate. You believe everything long as they said it. Flat earth flyers take to the pole. Who you trust more, me more, your soul? Yeah. Question what they tell you, question what you share. But if you question nothing, you just breathing hot air. Truth got layers, rumor just blur. Who you really scared of, them or your own fear? Ask who profit off the story you heard. Is it feeding your mind or just feeding your nerves? Monk in the madness, I stay clear. I fight bad logic, that's the enemy here. Yeah. Step in. Close the door behind you. Leave your shoes at the questions. Got a skeleton man in a hand-built shed. Chalk on the walls, old thoughts all shed. Skull grin wide, no shame, no dread. Says hang up your halo, hat your cred. Dust on the Bible, dust on the Quran. Dust on that vision board, tarot in your palm. He don't rip it from you, just taps your arm. Can it stand in the storm if I pull this yarn? He got shells full of why, drawers full of how. Mugs full of quiet, you can sit right now. Tax on the board, threads map your vow. Red line to the thing that you won't write down. He asks when you pray who you talking to. If they switch that name, would you still feel truth? If the rules all change, would the love come through? If the crowd went home, would it still be you in the shed with the skeleton man? Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He the brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, I'm still not cracked. He say, look, I ain't here to snatch your light. I'm here to see if it shine when I cut the hype. Flip through chapters, rituals, rites. Ask, is this love or you scared of the night? You were born in a place where this God got praise. If you slid one border, would it all just change? Same sun, same lungs, same vein. So what made that voice in your head sound strange? He posed little questions like bones on a tray. Would you still choose this if no one stayed? If heaven was quiet, just dirt and decay. Is kindness enough or you passion and faith? You can feel old answers start creaking. Loose like a floorboard bending under finally truth. He don't laugh, don't clap, just nod at the proof. Every belief that lives can't handle the bruise in the shell with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know and still not cracked. Say maybe there's a maker, maybe just man. Maybe both dancing in the same cold fact, but the fear is the engine. You gon' crash. Love is the language you can learn. Relax, so he sits, no robe, no robes on a chair, just a rib cage, drum, heartbeat of the air. You confess, I'm afraid there's nothing there. He replied, now we starting from a place that's bare in the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know and still not cracked. Are you brave enough to wonder the coffee gets cold. Are you brave enough to question every story you've been told? Do you believe in something bigger, something sparkly, something true, something out beyond the ceiling that's been keeping tabs on you? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Can you question your beliefs, kid? Give them just a little squeeze. Do they rattle? Do they giggle? Do they wobble at the knees? Do you believe in God or something, something higher, warm and wide? Something bigger than your lunchbox, something patient deep inside. Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. Bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Request on upward, holler hard into the sky. Even holy things don't mind, dear, if you're brave enough to try. Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. Bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. The big old why. Ask me your questions, I'm ready, I'm here. My faith can't be shaken, but I can with fear. I believe in a God. I've read the text, but it's a bit muddy. Never studied for this test. I was raised to believe it, no reason to doubt. And I've never questioned what the lesson's about. I believe it happened because the word says it did. I thought I answered why, but let me try again. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without hiding. What was the question again? I believe there's there's a reason for suffering. I understand that the plan's still buffering. The written word infallible because it was inspired. And the truth is I'm still lucid, but I'm getting tired. Contradictions don't matter if you let it bend. The literature is literal from a figurative lens. The proof is all around us, there's no need to explain. I'm misplacing my faith, give me space to refrain. Did I answer the question right? I did answer the question right. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point till the question's unclear. My scripture is scripted, my lines pre-rehearsed. I'll jump to the chorus before you finish the verse. I've got answers without end. What was the question again? I'm sorry, let me stay. I can't answer, no, stop, wait. I can't answer that question, that's the end of the line. If I keep pulling the strings, it all starts to unwind. I'm not disingenuous, I'm not insincere, but I'll talk round the point when the answer's unclear. You weren't trying to sway me, you only asked why my faith is all scripted, but the ink's running dry. I got the questions without it. What was the answer again?
Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you to Always Mustard for that song right there. I'm also Michael V for the one before that, and Keith Bubs for the one before that, and Joe Chupacabro. Thank you guys so much for the tunes. Those are great songs. I wonder if Ike's back, but he might not be. Give him a moment. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or really anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. And if you've been up here and been questioned before, if I've questioned your beliefs and you've been waiting to turn the tables to question me, well, this is your chance. Question the questioner is in effect. So it's up to you if you, well, question. There are plenty of boxes up here, and we're just waiting for you. We won't wait forever, of course. We'll go ahead and, get a poem ready, read it, and start this whole process over again. But before anything like that even comes about, we're gonna wait and hopefully get at least one more guest, one more questioning believer who really can question their beliefs. Wouldn't that be amazing? Or maybe somebody will come up here with a hard-hitting question that really makes me stop and think. And maybe they'll have more. I really do like being questioned. It's almost like I, like it enough to make a background and run live and invite people who've questioned with me before to come question me. Oh, and of course I, played a bunch of music and then let the music come to a complete crashing halt. So let's fix that. And while we wait, let's make sure that we keep tapping the screen, sharing the live, and yeah, requesting up if we believe. And before we also get any more music going, I think this would be a great time for me to thank Sarah Bear, also Claire, Tide of Silence, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Really appreciate every single one of you. I think one of these songs will work. This might be the one. There's music here somewhere. Do I got any links, Ketchup? Well, yeah, I do. There's a whole link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. The first link takes you to the Discord where you gotta, read the rules. Otherwise it looks empty. But once you agree to them, then you find out that you're not alone. And of course, there's always the Venmo, Cash App, the website. There's a whole website there. You should go check that out. But in the meantime, well, let's keep tapping the screen and sharing the live and requesting up if you believe.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God or gods? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. I'm not here to debate or gods, but there is always room for one more in the shed. Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly walking out the thought of prison with mine. Questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Oh yeah. So here's my prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, Dreams are the only thing that ever set me free.
Thrayle is the skeleton key on the locks to belief. I like it, Aaron. Now we just need, a belief to unlock. Or something like that. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and join us up here. I'm not looking to argue or debate, and, I don't even think Ike's here at the moment, but if you can question, then go ahead and request up, and if you've been waiting to question me, and you've questioned your beliefs up here, then this is your opportunity to turn the tables and question the questioner. Well, hello, Cat.
I got something for you.
Something.
Belief
What do you
related.
got for me? Oh, you have a belief.
No, but I have an experience.
Oh, interesting. An experience.
Yeah, that just happened. Morgan was like there in real time in Discord. Ike was kind of there, but he was actually here.
Yeah, he's not really here either. He's getting his kids ready for school.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's important.
I think that's what he said he's doing. Yeah. He was going to work up a question for me.
Have I told you about the night marchers?
Night marchers?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No.
Okay, so the lore here, right? Night marchers, fallen warriors, dead warrior spirits, right? That march in like single file lines, carrying like torches. And like they don't interact with you. They just march, right? Just like wherever. And if you see the night marchers, well, you can see them from a distance. You don't want to see them like up close and personal, like that's bad. But like sometimes you see them, right? So I'm sitting on this cliff in my car, and it's starting to rain, and my friend is out kind of towards the edge of the cliff, and he goes, "Come here right now." And I go, "Okay." And so I go over there, and he's like, "Look." And I looked, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's night marchers." And I didn't say it out loud, but I thought it. But I didn't want to sound stupid if that's not what he was trying to point out to me. So I didn't say it out loud. And then he said, "Do you see the night marchers?" And I said, "Yep, I sure do see the fucking night marchers. Yep, I certainly do." And so I saw the night marchers like half an hour ago.
You saw lights in the forest from a cliff.
No, I saw lights on the cliff.
Lights on the cliff.
Yeah, not in the forest.
Okay. So how far away were the lights?
I can't judge distance by looking at it. My brain doesn't do that.
Was it like really far? Like
No. It was like medium far.
medium far.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what medium far is when you're on a cliff, but
Morgan's trying to help. I sent her
So-
pictures, so. She was so here for this. Morgan says there's about 100 yards.
about 100 yards away,
Mm-hmm.
you saw lights. Were they like torches, fire?
I saw
What?
orange lights, maybe torches, fires, hard to say. Orange lights in a single file line in a place where there's no houses. And so where are the orange lights coming from?
Were they moving?
Yes, they appeared to be.
They appeared to be moving.
They did.
Were they flickering like flame, or were they steady?
Well, it's hard to say because they appeared to be moving. So, if they're moving, they're kind of like bouncing around anyway.
Could there have been people holding torches in the distance, walking in a line?
I suppose so, but I don't. I feel like that would. I feel like if you were to do that, you would better hope that nobody finds out that you were doing that.
Why?
Because it's like, I don't think that that would be very well received by the community.
I see. So, is it at all possible that living current people played out this myth for
It is
amusement?
entirely possible
ritual
on a Monday night that they did this, yeah.
I hear incredulity in the question.
Well, no, it's so, like Cedar says, it would be in very poor taste. Also, it's a Monday night.
Okay.
Look, here's the thing. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. And so I'm sure there's some sort of explanation for this, but it did seem like it might have been the Night Marchers.
I'm really curious if there's any natural phenomena that could explain what you saw, or if there's, well, any explanation why overnight between May the 4th and Cinco de Mayo, people might be out doing silly things.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. When it's not dark outside, I will go investigate the spot where I saw the lights.
Okay. What do you think that will accomplish?
Well, I can see if there's anything there that was causing the lights, or any, like, evidence that people were there. Causing the lights?
And if you find none, what will that tell you?
That it was the Night Marchers, clearly.
Clearly. I'm glad you got to see something neat and culturally.
Wait till you see these
relevant to the
pictures.
area, but I'm gonna want to see the picture.
Mhm.
But I'm also I'm curious why well, Mika wants to know if you followed safety measures.
Well, I didn't walk
I'm not
towards
sure what
them.
that means.
So, yes. What were you curious about, Thrayle? Don't look at me like that. Put it.
Aaron asks why not walk towards them.
because it's a bad omen. Like, it's like a bad thing. Like, you don't want to be close to the night marchers. Like, culturally, that's like the lore behind it is like, you don't want to get close to night marchers. Bad things happen. Thank you, Mika. Yeah, I appreciate. You got a goofy chat right now.
You have no idea. I don't know how much idea I have either.
Yeah, I don't know how much. Never mind.
So, 100 yards away, jungle on a cliff.
Yes, but it's not really jungly on the cliff. Like, just the salt water prevents too many things from growing.
Do you think that if you had not heard of the Night Marchers, if you didn't have some previous, experience of those stories, that you would have been less likely to attribute it to something like possibly supernatural?
Yeah, totally, absolutely.
Did you hear anything?
No, it was raining. I heard the rain.
No drums, no chanting.
No, it was raining.
Were they moving quickly?
They were moving at a steady pace.
A steady pace, but was it a quick steady?
It was a medium far distance at a steady pace.
Far distance at a steady pace. Okay.
Good morning, Tetra.
I'd asked if people carrying torches could have been doing something silly. Could it have been could it have been vehicles in a far distance? You're only seeing reflections from where you are.
Maybe, but I don't, from the way that the things were arranged and the direction they were facing, it doesn't seem to be that, but it could be. Maybe I can't see that well. I don't know.
Could, instead of people carrying torches, could it have been people with headlamps on or something, not intending to look like it, but still?
I feel like the lights looked a lot bigger than headlamps.
From a medium far distance.
Of 100 yards about. W. Morgan for that.
I like Cedar's question. Were they big or medium big?
Medium big. These are very, very typical cat answers.
Yes, they are.
So yeah, I gave you something to question. There's my night marchers. No, I'm not sold.
How are you questioning it?
Well, I don't really think it was like. I'm sure there's an explanation for it. I told you I'd go investigate once the sun comes up. I'm not going in the dark though. No, thank you. Just in case.
Just in case what?
Just in case they're night marchers.
Oh, well, what would happen
Clearly.
if they are?
I don't know, but like not good things. No, I don't believe in them. No, but just in case I'm wrong, because I could be. Could always be wrong. No, I don't really think that they were warrior spirits marching on the cliff holding torches, but you know what? I might be wrong.
You could be wrong, is what you're saying. Monster asks a great question. Were the lights red?
No, they were orange. Aaron says, then you do. Then I do what? If I leave room for the possibility of being wrong, then I automatically believe in it. No. I do not believe in it just because I am not taking any chances with the night marchers. Thank you, Morgan. That was so pretty.
Cedar says maybe this is the first step to attaining a rainbow body like yours.
Ooh, Cedar, good call.
A rainbow body.
I will meditate myself into a beam of light thing.
Okay. Okay.
Why'd you say it like that?
I didn't say anything.
Don't guess them.
I mean, I said okay. I'm not disappointed, Monster. I'm curious. I'm curious as to what the picture actually is of, and what Kat would find if she were to investigate during the sighting rather than hours later. But I'm also not recommending putting yourself at any kind of risk.
That's 100% the Loch Ness Monster.
Done.
GoPro asked how many lights were there. So, two lights, two lights, two lights. Oh no, the first is alone, right? One light, two lights, two lights.
They're moving.
Aaron says he sees 3 vehicles. I
Look, you guys, it's the middle of the night. I took it on my iPhone 13 with the 10-second exposure on. Like, it's not going to be a good...
Yeah, it's, he says the spacing is perfect for cars.
You know what, you guys?
Would you be disappointed if it were cars in the distance?
No, that would be fun. You guys are the least fun people ever.
That was what you just said may have been an answer to the question I was about to ask. I was about to ask if the idea of it being Night Watchers was more fun. That I was
Night Marchers.
unmuting to say that as you said we are no fun. What did I say?
Cat does like the whimsy.
I love the whimsy, and you guys are no fucking fun. I didn't want you to spoil my fun, but you didn't have any. You didn't have any guests, so I came up here to let you steal my fun. Morgan and I were having a great time with this.
Thank you for sharing your fun with us, so we could steal it from you and turn it into cars in the distance.
Have you tried checking the? Maybe this could be fun. You could try checking the Google satellite view to investigate your Night Marchers.
What do you mean? Is it real time? Oh, it is real time, isn't it?
I would wonder if there are sacred trails in that area.
I don't know. It's a pretty intense jungle. The cliffs aren't very jungly, but yes, okay, guys, I understand all the things. I'm leaving now. I have other things to do.
You do, but you came and brought us something to question. We have all kinds of questions.
Do you still have questions? I'll stay.
I'll let you go if you got things to do, like investigate Night Marchers.
Messages to attend to and such.
Messages to attend to. W's cat. Someone strapped headlamps to frogs. Oh, goodness. Monster. I don't know if that's what it is, but it was interesting to see. Well, to see an actual piece of evidence brought to us. At least we did see lights in the dark. Whatever those lights turn out to be. Thank you, Cat, for giving us something to question. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. No one's looking to tear you down or burgle your gods. But I am looking to see if you can actually question your beliefs. And if you've been questioned before, this is your opportunity to, well, question the questioner, as it says. But that's entirely up to you. If you even can question.
On second thought, the even if it's not live, the satellite view may still be useful for an ancient burial ground.
That all might be very useful. Well, I don't know that we burgled them, Aaron, but we definitely questioned them. And Kat's a good sport for bringing that to us. Going back to play with Morgan because she's fun. Okay. Well, we're fun too. We just don't have anybody to question. You didn't want to stay when we stole your fun. Ketchup asks a question. Thrayle, does your immediate family hold any beliefs? None that I know of. I don't know if I could question my son and see if he's developed some belief since the last time I asked him questions. But no, my wife doesn't hold any religious beliefs, and not even the next layer of family hold any real religious beliefs. Does my chosen family hold any beliefs? All kinds. And many of them none at all. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like it, go ahead and request up. Monster, have I considered that we may be questioning the actual truth? I do question things that I think might be true all the time. I think if we're questioning something honestly, and it's true, well, the questions will either bear it out or give us better ways to understand it. Monster, great question. Do we question to discredit? Not necessarily. Discrediting is not what we're trying to do. I would say, I said not necessarily. I would even say no. I don't think I'm questioning to discredit. I question to understand, to help others see alternative explanations to their assumptions and consider those possibilities. That's not discrediting, that's just broadening the pool of explanations that you reach into. Ike, did you have any more questions for me?
I did have some asked earlier. I feel like I got the sense that you were previously Baha'i. Is that correct?
Yes, I was raised that way until about 13.
Do you think that our um, experiences influence who we become as a person?
I don't know, but it seems likely.
If that's the case, do you think that you would still be you if you didn't have the, whatever Baha'i experiences you did have?
Feels like a cop out to say I don't know, but I don't know. I do think I would like to think that I would have many of the same values, but then again, I could have been raised with different ones and maybe even, I don't know, based on experiences, found reason to accept them.
Do you think that led to you being more open to questioning other beliefs after deconstructing from that?
I'm sorry, say that again. I had a slight distraction.
If you had not, if you didn't have this, deconstruction from the religion you were raised in, do you think you would be as open to questioning beliefs?
I really don't know. I don't know if it was the religion itself or the way my parents encouraged me to question. I think it probably was more of the latter. I'm gonna have to step away for a moment, and without anybody to question Ike, that means I get to leave you up here alone. Rather than make you try to come up with some kind of patter, though, I'll just throw a song on, and everybody can tap the screen and share the live, and we'll be back here in just a moment.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rick grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe
The live is now belong to me.
Well, since moments glitch at the time I have to step away every day with no mods on panel and no one here to question, since that's what's happening, I'm seeing no choice but I don't know, end the live. I'll find a poem and read it. I'm sure I've got one ready. And there's nobody here to question. There's no believers left. So what the fuck are we even doing? They don't exist, believers. Nobody really believes a thing. They say they do. But yeah, they don't exist. It's a big scam put on by big Bible. I don't know. Nobody's here to question, so what the fuck else do we do? They're all either certain or cowards. I don't know. Where are the believers? Oh yeah, you were kicked, Ike. It's a mutiny, usually. That'll do it. No, I do appreciate you though, and big W's in the chat for Ike for asking great questions. And if you had more, you can, of course, come on back up and ask more. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling like there's an end that is nigh if there are no believers left. Haven't had I don't know, really anybody to question for hours. I'd say it's the app is broken, but it's probably something I'm doing. I should question that. Well, that's sweet of you to say, Lady Huggy. But, I don't know. I can't just point the finger every time I notice that things aren't going right. Unless I'm willing to look at what I'm doing. That's gotta be it. It's the lack of skin they find offensive, I'm sure. Not the questions, not the... I don't know. I don't know what it is. It could be a Tuesday issue, Huggy. But, I don't know. There's been no believers for hours. I usually need a mod around this time of day when I step away, but none of them seem to be. None of the panel mods seem to be around. I'm gonna go ahead and find a poem to read. Thank you so much, Cassie. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate you. I really do. Did we decide if believers are cowards or non-existent? I hadn't figured out which one yet. there's 60 people in here. 2 weeks ago, there would have been 100. Before that, 120, 150. You can tell me I'm not doing something wrong, but I don't see how I'm not. Nonsense things, so we'll just read one that's already written. Sometimes makes me feel better to read it, even when it's not on point. I should probably save it up for a time that it matters. Yeah, I'm practicing my ventriloquism at the moment. It's pretty good, right? I'm open to feedback. I don't know if I've missed something. But I'm leaving it silent here, so I can't just do that. Gotta wiggle my face for the camera and I might need a night off. A night to figure out what we're doing wrong, what I'm doing wrong. I see a bunch of you in queue. You didn't mean to request stuff, did you? Can't imagine that you did. Maybe you did. Mika, I didn't even see your request. Now I see you did. Feel bad for leaving you waiting. Welcome up, Mika.
Hello.
Did you mean to be here? Hello.
Sort of.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
45. I'm not a believer, but I am a coward. Does that count?
I don't know. Are you a coward?
Obviously.
I don't know. You made it up here. It's pretty brave. I know that it took a lot. Can you question your lack of belief?
I can try to. I believe I can.
So do you have no belief in gods of any kind?
I've never heard of any gods that I thought were believable.
And what do you think would make a god believable?
I'm not entirely sure. It seems like any properties that would be like negated by the state of the universe would kind of rule out a god. Where are my headphones?
You said, I'm sorry, something about negating a god because of the state of the universe.
Yeah, like the Tri-Omni God. That one seems to be ruled out just by the fact that there's evil and bad things that exist.
What would convince you that a God exists?
I'm not sure. Anything that I can think of, I could also come up with rational reasons why I could imagine it, or it could be a hallucination. But I figure that if there were something that were godlike, it would be able to come up with a way to convince me. Why are people sending gifts? That's weird.
That's probably because you're awesomely brave for coming up and, you know, pretty awesome in general.
It's all lies.
So, that's what they told me. But I believed them anyways.
I'm not sure that's convincing.
Can you imagine what might convince you to worship a god if it did exist?
Not outside of, I don't think that's TikTok appropriate to say. Not in any kind of religious sense.
Can you think of a god you might actually want to worship? Something it might be able to do or promise?
No, I really can't. Because anything that would, like, take away my ability to feel pain or sadness or anything and just make me happy all the time seems like it would be removing a large chunk of what I am or who I am. So you want me to request up and I'm just boring?
Well, I'm letting you sit in the silences. That's kind of my fault. Mika, do you have any questions for me?
I'm trying to think of how to word this right. Do you think that you're responsible for how the algorithm behaves?
I think in some ways the way that I The way that I arrange the live, set things up, the time I start, the guests I keep, the ones I move on from. I think all of those things play a factor.
Is
I think a lot of
pleasing the algorithm? Is pleasing the algorithm the most important thing?
No questioning beliefs in here might be the most important thing. The community that builds from that is also pretty important.
So if the algorithm were to prioritize like sensationalism and keeping things calm and respectful in here?
Yes, always. Yeah. Well said, Mika. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
You have more questions for me?
Not that I can think of right now, but I'm sure I'll come up with something that's inappropriate to ask later.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. I have one question for you, I think. One more. What brings you here?
I just kind of enjoy the feel of this live. Like the way people interact. The way that intolerance isn't tolerated and that respect is kind of mandated.
If This almost feels like a Discord question. I might. No. If you were able to affect some change, or if you were me, if you were in my shoes, would you alter anything? Make anything better?
Like in terms of the live or in terms of the world?
If only.
Also, I'm not sure you wear shoes.
You're not sure I wear shoes? Why is that?
It just seems odd to have a skeleton wearing shoes. I don't know.
You're not the first person to be interested in my feet.
Yeah, but you gotta charge for that.
Yeah, that's what I keep being told. I think that's probably smart. No shoes. This studio is carpeted, so don't need shoes.
As far as things to change in the live, I'm not sure. I don't know exactly what helps push things out and what gets things kind of taken off the FYP.
I mean more for your enjoyment. What would make the live more enjoyable to you?
I'm not sure that would be TikTok appropriate either.
Yeah, I can understand that. Might make it more, I mean, definitely sensational, right?
Definitely get some views.
Views shouldn't matter to me. The quietness of the room, when there's no one requesting, and I think it's been weeks since we had our steady flow we used to. I suppose I'm trying not to be discouraged, and in doing that I guess I got a little annoyed.
Yeah, you seemed a little
All its
upset.
fault but mine. I was shaken for a moment, but I think you helped me.
My bad.
I know. You didn't mean to at all.
I was just trying to cause problems.
Good job.
Hello?
Cause problems for somebody.
Hi.
Just not me. Appreciate you, Mika. Hey there.
I have to run real quick.
Sora server. I got you. Thank you, Mika.
Oh, you're like the first person
Big
in
W's in the
forever
chat.
that actually pronounced it correctly.
Yeah, Sora server. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes and no. I do believe there is a creator, or someone who made everything, but I don't have a particular religion that I practice or sort of go to church for. Kind of agnostic. I did grow up Christian. My parents were Catholic, though, and their parents were Catholic.
So you're agnostic now, but you grew up Christian.
I grew up Christian through
When you say
childhood friends.
agnostic,
Agnostic.
when you say agnostic,
Yeah.
right? I'm about to ask a question. If you wait, you'll hear the end of it.
Sorry.
So, yeah, that'd be great if you stop talking while I'm talking. So, you say that you're agnostic. Does that mean that you believe there's something there and don't know what it is? Or does that mean that you don't have a belief for anything because you don't know if there's anything there?
No, agnostic is the exception that, from my understanding, agnostic is I believe there is a creator. I don't know what creator. Atheism is the other side of what you just explained. Is I deny that there is a creator. Obviously, agnostic is
Fascinating, because I didn't say deny at all. That wasn't one of the options I gave for
you said
agnosticism.
agnostic or
I used
atheist.
two different. I'm still speaking. Soros, if you're not able to actually behave like an adult, I'm more than happy to sit in silence longer. I just would prefer that you not talk over me.
Well, if you want me to answer your two-part
Fascinating.
question,
Yeah, it's
then
when
yes.
you wait till I'm. Yeah, so you wait till I'm done asking the question.
Well, if
Don't
you want me to
interrupt
answer the question, you wait till
All
I'm
right,
done.
so I'm going to go ahead and show you that you can fuck off my stage, because, yeah, you're going to learn respect. or you won't be here. That's why I have no guests. Because I don't abide bullshit. Because I don't abide that. If you're not capable of behaving like an adult, why do you jump on these panels and just kind of jabber at people? Why would you do that? Someone's asking a question, and they're in the middle of asking it, and you decide you're going to start talking at them. Not in a response, but just at. There was a question being asked. What's so wrong with that? Were you afraid it might end, cause you to think? Okay. Hello, Aaron. Did you mean to request up?
I did.
Wow. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not anymore.
Why not?
I've seen no evidence of anything, and I was diehard Christian for a long time, and yeah, that God definitely doesn't exist. And that kind of led me to look for evidence and realize I didn't see any.
What kind of evidence did you expect to find?
So my initial thought on that was often, if there is a God that interacts with this world and cares about us in any way, that God would know what evidence I need to believe better than me. So I started looking for anything I would have considered supernatural. That there was any evidence of the supernatural, and I could not find any.
You gave me 3 paths. What's supernatural?
So the way I use it there is literally just anything that doesn't have a natural explanation that we would expect there to be one.
So something without a natural explanation where we'd expect there to be one.
Yeah. So I leave space for I don't know. There's plenty of things that we don't understand, but we have enough of an understanding around it to not see supernatural explanations.
How might one evidence the supernatural? What kind of evidence would you have accepted?
I want to say that I would have accepted all sorts of evidence, but the reality is I don't think I would have. I think even if it happened to me, I would struggle, at this point, seeing the supernatural in something.
It's very honest. You feel like you would try to posit or fit natural explanations into anything that you might witness.
Yeah, I'm realizing I'm so biased in the other way at this point as basically a physicalist that I will fight back against any supernatural explanation.
What do you think the first step for you would be in coping with being wrong if you were given some evidence of, let's say, ghosts actually existing?
I'm not sure what you mean by the question.
Yeah, I could ask a simple, like, what if you're wrong?
Right.
But, a little more nuanced than that. What do you think the first thing you would do after finding out you were wrong?
So there is a part of me that really wants to be wrong. I would like there to be supernatural. So if I did come face to face with something I couldn't deny, I would be happy to have it, but I wouldn't be able to leave it alone and not investigate it to the fullest of my ability. I should say, in a way, that's what I did with Christianity.
In what way?
I started to, so I was raised very fundamentalist, with a weird mix of absolute faith, but some science was allowed. And the contradictions got to be too much. So I started to see I might be wrong. And so I ended up going to school for religion, philosophy, and biblical literature, because if I was going to believe this, I wanted to know everything I could about where it came from.
And what did you find out?
Same thing most of us find out when we go down that path, that the Bible is just massively unreliable, and the inherent contradictions within the religion make it impossible to be true.
What do you think would have convinced you that the Bible was true?
at the bare minimum, it would have to have a lack of contradictions.
Contradiction. Would you be more likely then to believe in the book?
So if it was a full lack of contradictions, which would include the issue of the problem of evil and issues with the concept of the Christian God, perhaps.
And if it existed, would you worship it?
It's hard for me to say, because if it existed in the form it's believed in now, like if the God of the Bible existed, I could not worship him.
Why not?
It's too evil and incoherent.
Interesting. Too evil and incoherent. Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
There's a part of me that wishes there could have been one, but I don't want there to be one now.
Why is that?
Mostly because the world and my life have been too negative. I've just seen and felt so much bad stuff that if a God existed, and when I say, so I'm excluding a deistic God of like created it and walked away, but an actual God that interacts, I would struggle getting past the problem of evil and not seeing it as being a God that tortures.
Interesting. I'm curious, Aaron, did you have any questions for me?
So I have one. And I want to ask it, but I don't want it to come off as a negative criticism. It is a curiosity that sometimes I've seen you question people, and it is. Never mind. I don't want to ask that.
I'm almost eager for a critique. I won't fish in the question that you left hanging, but if there is something in the way I question or the inconsistency, then perhaps that's something I should question. I feel like sometimes there's inconsistency.
So, what I see occasionally is there are people that it is. I guess that's where I'm curious. It seems from the peanut gallery that a person is being dishonest in their answers. They're just answering to answer the question and not stopping to think about it or consider it, and they always have to have an answer. But they're very respectful in their tone. And what bothers me is I grew up in an environment where all people cared about was tone. And I should also say I'm autistic, so I struggle with tone myself. But I see beyond the tone, the actual answers seem disrespectful to me because they're not actually hearing and answering the question. And sometimes I don't know if you see that they're doing that and you think they're doing that, but you want to push them, or if you don't see that happening usually.
It's a really good question. I don't know if I'm simply not seeing it happen.
If I may, I would like to touch on.
Good morning, Durgan.
Good morning.
Hey, Durgan.
Good morning. Thank you. I hope you're well. I think one of the things that I had to learn, and this panel has helped me, is that we question people for us to think and for them to think. We don't. The purpose of questioning isn't to try to break the person. And I think it's important to try to look at where the person is. There's going to be a level of uncomfort that I think we're trying to push towards. But I want to be mindful that it is a little bit of a slippery slope. The purpose isn't to completely destroy somebody in their beliefs. It's not to completely break them out of their shell and have them look at the world in a completely different perspective. We have beliefs because we've gotten to this point where things make some kind of sense to us. So I don't think the purpose is, hey, that's not the answer and you know it. It's more of maybe you're struggling in the answer and this is the best you could do because you're scared. Or anything in between, you know? I think sometimes we have to be cautious about what we're doing.
That's exactly why I paused asking the question, is because I know that the question was for Thrayle, but it's much more combative in that way. And I that's one of the big reasons I love these lives is watching the non-combative nature most of the time of questioning. And I like the way you put it. We may know they're not being honest, but they are keeping a respectful tone. And if you push back on that dishonesty, you are going to push them into a defensiveness that you don't want them in. Like they're never going to come back. They're never going to question anything if you do that to them.
I think what I said, I do see Thrayle doing a lot of that. And I think he is kind of modest about it. He doesn't need to say it. But I think most of the people on here who try to do this regularly, our eyes are more on the person and where they're coming from and what they're going through while we're asking these questions versus maybe what the questions are about. At least that's what I'm seeing and that's what I'm feeling, and I could be completely wrong about this, you know.
Well, so I get that, and I don't disagree watching the panel. I'm thinking of one person in particular, but my concern is that sometimes it feels like we're reinforcing the dishonesty by not calling it out. But it is that balancing of, pushing the questions, pushing them more, recognize, okay, I don't think they're being honest about this, but if I push them here, it's going to be a problem. So it's okay to reinforce it right now. We can come back to it later.
Is it dishonest if they believe that it's the truth?
So the only reason I would say yes to that is because they'll answer questions so quickly without thinking about it that in the moment they're answering this question, they think they're being honest, but 2 minutes ago they said the exact opposite. And they can't see that they did that. They can't see that there's a cognitive dissonance there and that they're not being honest.
They can't see that. How is it dishonest?
Because if they stopped and thought about both questions at the same time and both answers, they would see they answered exactly opposite in both ways.
Do you think people have contradictory beliefs at all?
I think most people have contradictory beliefs.
Does contradiction equal dishonesty?
I think, okay, when I say I think most people have contradictory beliefs, I think it's unexamined beliefs that are that tend to be contradictory. I know people do it, and maybe this is my neurodivergence. I don't understand how you analyze a belief, recognize it's contradictory, but continue on with it.
Generally for emotional reasons.
I'm curious, Aaron, from your perspective, when people come up on this panel and we ask them questions, do you think that they should be completely open and honest about everything?
Honest, yes. Open, not necessarily. This is a preference thing, or I don't want to answer that, rather than just give an answer to give an answer.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you.
Great question, Aaron. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm realizing that question I asked wasn't for you, Thrayle. It's more for me than anything else.
That's a W.
Yeah, it is. Big one. Did you have any more questions, Aaron?
Not that I can think of.
Well, I appreciate you coming out, questioning your lack of belief, and, well, giving me something to question too. Thank you. I really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
And we can throw some, hell yeah. And we can throw some W's in the chat for Aaron. That took courage. You guys missed Mika. Mika was up here for a minute.
I heard Mika. It was incognito. Listening to Morgan's stream in Discord.
I see.
Hello, Dragon.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm okay. My head hurts a little bit, but I'm okay.
Did you make any phone calls yesterday?
No, but I did go online and I started looking at all the places that I needed to start filming. So
I'm very proud of you.
I took
Thank you so
half
much. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for doing that.
We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, it may be on my lunch break. I can try.
Thrayle.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. Much better now. Had a brief little moment of frustration, and I jabbered about it, and
Okay.
two of our best viewers came up and reminded me to think a little harder about what
I'm really happy to hear that.
Me too. I feel better. Now, if only we had a believer with one of them things. Oh, Jay. Hey, we got Jay.
How's it going?
Hey, going great, Jay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there's a God, but I don't believe in the whole, religion concept of it.
When you say you believe in a god, what is that?
I believe that there's someone watching over us, and not just nothingness in the air.
Why do you think that?
Well, because to me, that the things I've should have been died from, I'm still standing here, you know?
What kind of things do you think you should have been alive from?
Well, for one, the idea of just what do you call it, like asphyxiation in your sleep, because that's possible to pass away from.
Yeah, but is there any reason why you would have?
Because the way my body is, I don't know, somehow down the line when I've grown up, I've stopped forgetting to breathe in my sleep, and that causes my whole body just to start choking.
You get a CPAP.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, so next problem.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, you said you feel like God is watching over us. What does watching over us look like?
No, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. I said, what does God watching over us look like?
What does God watching us and who it look like?
Yeah, watching over us. You said there's like some kind of, and you know, I might be putting a word in your mouth about this. Some kind of protection, I think.
Yes, that's what I was referring to, protection.
What does that look like?
What it looks like, what a protection would look like, is something that's supposed to hit you, but it never happened. For an example, I've gotten death threats from everybody. How they're gonna fucking, what's that called? How they gonna like put like curses over me or something like that, or otherwise wish death upon me other ways. And I'm just like, that hasn't happened since then.
So, when you say the bad things that could have happened that didn't happen, is God protecting you?
Yeah, because I've almost died before in my past life and up to now. And that's not the sleep apnea thing I'm referring to.
When you say almost died, what do you mean?
See, I've almost been shot at. I've almost been, ran over.
That's a lot of almost.
Yeah.
So things have almost happened or happened near you, happened in your direction.
Yes.
Go ahead, Thrayle.
Do you have doubts about this belief?
Do I have doubts about this belief? I believe once in a while I do.
What does that look like?
When I see, usually when things, sorry, I was just trying to answer, kind of a little brain fog there. Okay, so my doubts usually look like as if, what if there's actually nothing watching me, or what if it's just What if I'm just what do you call luckier? Sooner or later, my luck's gonna run out. You know. It's almost as just like what do you call it? Questioning, you know.
Almost like a question.
Yeah, it's sometimes my doubts go to like questioning or just what are these or why just conspiracy theories or what if there's no one truly watching me, you know.
Do you feel like this protection that you feel that God has over you, it's not, how do I ask this? You're not able to see it as well as you would like to be able to?
I know I can like somewhat sense it, but being able to see it, it's not as much because protection sometimes can come in different ways. I usually think one of like the worst parts about religion is that they kind of lie to people. No, not kind of, they do.
Duragon, did you have a question for that?
Not really. I think most of the people who talk about the deception within religion, I feel like I've heard that conversation plenty, and
I mean, I know why most of them do it anyways.
I would probably ask you on that one, why? Why do you think they do?
Because, sorry, just getting over a cough. Why they do it is because they know they're lying to the people. They don't actually care. If they did care, you tell them the truth.
Do you think they know that it's a lie and they're lying on it?
Oh yes, and I believe they know they're lying.
Who's the they right now?
The quote unquote what do you call it, quote unquote pastors or quote unquote air quotes prophets and prophetesses, you know.
A lot of quotes.
That's because they're not actually called. They just think that they hear God telling them, but in reality, He never said a word to them. Like they think they're warriors, but even though He never sent them. I don't know if you ever heard this, but how they usually say in mega churches, "Oh God told me like to give you this what do you call it, donor $5,000." Oh, he's still there.
What was the last question he asked you?
I said, have you ever? I don't know if you ever heard this from a mega church, but like let's say, they say like, oh, God told me to donate $5,000.
I asked what the last question he asked you was.
Oh, the last question was, what do you call him? He asked me, do you think they know they're lying? And I said, yeah, they know they're lying. Yes, I agree, Aaron. Small churches do it too.
Stay out of the comments. You're talking to us.
Oh, my bad.
How do you know that they know that they're lying?
How do I know they know they're lying?
Yes.
Because if the people there actually read their Bible, they would know is that they're preaching a direct opposite of what it's usually saying there. And when they get called out on it, they start to just remove the person from the whole building entirely.
I don't understand how that can ascribe intent.
Because if you're speaking truth and it's directly from the Bible, then we wouldn't need to just remove someone from the whole building for asking questions onto why as you're lying to them. Because after reading it said like always be ready to give account of what you're saying.
Are you talking like 1 Peter 3:15?
Yes, actually.
Would you like that one?
Yes, I was just gonna say that. I was like, oh, interesting.
I let Duragon back.
Wait. Okay.
I thought that might be okay.
Duragon, get a few more questions in before I ask mine.
Go ahead, Thrayle.
Huh?
Why did you request up?
Why did I request up?
Yeah, on a panel where the topic is can you question your beliefs, and you clearly aren't interested or capable of doing that, so why did you request up?
Because believe it or not, that this whole panel thing is kind of helping me. It's kind of helping me question and starting to really like ask the questions that just what do you call them, that not everyone wants to ask them. You know, I was bad at answering questions first, but the more I like come up here, the more I'm like starting to get better at it.
Do you hear the certainty with which you speak about these things?
Do I hear the certainty of it?
The certainty that you present.
Yes, I can hear it, and I can hear myself being uncertain sometimes.
Uncertain isn't the problem.
So you have
Uncertain.
complete certainty. You don't know why you requested up on a panel where we question beliefs when you can't question them.
Uncertain leaves room for growth.
Sorry, Kat.
Sorry. Uncertainty leaves room for growth and learning, and certainty shuts the door.
Okay.
And when dealing with unknowable, unfalsifiable things, it seems to me the only way to be is to leave the door open.
That's actually a good take.
Don't sound so surprised.
Right. Kind of the main point of the room.
Yeah, you kind of helped me realize that I need to be actually certain of what I'm saying instead of just...
Fascinating.
That is insane.
Are you saying that you wouldn't say the things you're certain of anymore?
Yes, I wouldn't. If I wasn't certain of what I'm saying, I wouldn't be saying it, or I'd just be on what we call a long pause that I usually do sometimes.
I don't have any more questions for Jay. I think I'm ready to move on. But if either...
I have a question for you, but just in a moment.
I think I'm okay.
Sounds good. Well, Jay, thanks for coming up. Hope you learned to question your beliefs. I appreciate you taking the time with Kat's last question. It was a good one.
Is it my turn to ask you?
Oh, yeah.
Why does that always happen to me? Why do I always say something that's like such a good lesson and they act like they learned it and they act like they see it, and then they say something that shows that they absolutely did not fucking learn it or see it?
You spoke. They acknowledge it and ignore it at the same time.
Would the same thing happen if you had said it?
I don't know. Probably not.
I was gonna say, to be honest, I don't think so.
How do we fix that?
I have no idea.
That's a really tough one, and I'll talk to you about it. But it really does suck. Sorry.
I didn't expect either of you to have the answers, but I really do appreciate you hearing me and seeing me.
Absolutely. We have a couple more requests left. At least one of them might be really here to question their beliefs.
I can do one more with you.
was that?
Said I could do one more with you.
Yeah. If they still exist. They might not. I hit the accept button and they don't seem to be, appearing. Well, and then we end up with 6, who can't question.
6 understood what I was trying to say.
6 understands you.
He understood what I was trying to say to that other guy.
That's good. He was actually listening. But can he question his beliefs?
I don't know. Sometimes I think so, sometimes not as much.
Certainly ready to try.
Okay, 6. Well, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
I consider myself a Christian mystic, so Christian one. The Abrahamic one.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. But I've read a lot. I think that there's a shadow in the Bible, so you have to be careful sometimes. I think that both good and bad exist inside.
Shadow. What do you mean?
Like people you can. I think it's been influenced by the other side as well as the good side. Like Satan used the Bible to tempt Jesus, so there's things in there that can be used wrong.
Six, do you, I asked if you'd read the Bible from beginning to end. You remind me your answer.
I have not.
And I asked why not.
I told you that I feel like there's a shadow in there, so I read it parts like where I feel like led
shadows.
Yeah.
Apologies, I had a distraction.
No,
can you
you're okay.
tell me, can you tell me, if you believe the Bible to be true and literal?
That's interesting. In some ways I do, in some ways I don't. I think a lot of things hold like a paradox, kind of.
Are there parts within the Bible that are not true?
I think that they're like parables in a sense, like the story is meant to give meaning. I think it's complicated because it's been written by so many different people.
So you don't think there's anything in there that's just not true?
There could be. I don't think that there can't be, but I do think that they're true in their own ways. Like, I think their story is about people's interactions with God.
What is the first chapter of Genesis about?
God, how God created the heavens and earth and everything in 7 days.
Do you believe it's true?
Yeah, maybe. I do think that he created the heavens and earth.
Yeah, but my question was, do you believe that Genesis 1 is true?
Yes, but I'm not always sure about the perspective. Like whether the snake was the bad guy or the good guy in the story, or whether that
In
God.
Genesis 1. In Genesis 1.
So I don't have like pure familiar, like it's all kind of jumbled up for me. Like so whether that's in Genesis 1 or Genesis 2, like I don't have it memorized. That's for sure. It's only been about 11 months, though, to be fair. Not that, like, that's a decent amount of time, but...
Six, are you new to the faith?
11 months.
Okay.
Before that, I was always, like, agnostic atheist, like, my whole life.
How did you pick up the book?
So I feel like I had a, like, experience with God, and he, like, talked to me. So, like, it was hard not to believe after that. And he kind of suggested that I read the book, so I read the book. Or I started to read the book. I'm not real big on reading, so, like, I like to, like, the Bible Project or, like, Bible videos, like, things that explain perspectives of the Bible more than I like to actually read the Bible, because I don't interpret it well.
They do have the Bible on tape or CD or audio. That makes it a lot easier.
It is how I tend to do it when I do it, is by, like, listening to it through, like, a Bible app or something.
Do you want to tell us about your experience?
I don't know if Thrayle is familiar. Cat's very familiar.
I do remember. I remember you not being able to question it at all.
So I do question
consider
it.
it to be a thing that is unquestionable. The last time I spoke to you.
It depends on which. So, like, it's a thing that happened. Like, what it is or what it meant.
Sorry, what's the thing that happened?
So, like, I feel like I had, like, a direct interaction with what I imagine to be God. That's where I'm very up to question. Like, could it have been, like, an angel? Could it have been a demon? Could it have been, like, an alien technology? I'm very up to question, like, maybe what it was that I was communicating with. But like, I do feel like I was communicating with something that was, like, outside of me.
And that's what you can't question. If you communicated with something outside of you.
So I guess I could question that too, because, like, if you did say, like, maybe it was something inside of me, like that, I could question for sure, like, or like a brain tumor, or like those are all possible things that I hold as possibilities. But
why does it have to be a brain tumor?
I mean, it doesn't. I was just using that as, like, an example. It could be a million different
So
things.
what's a practical thing that it could be?
What do you mean? Like swamp gas? Is that like...
I have an idea. I really, really have an idea.
Go for it, Kat.
Thrayle, what did I bring up for you to question earlier?
Oh, the
my night marchers.
Marching lights. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so, 6, to fill you in, I saw the night marchers earlier. If you don't know what they are, they're warrior spirits. They carry torches, bad omen, whole nine, right? And when Thrayle asked me if it could be any number of things, and the chat asked me if it could be any number of things, I said, I don't know. It could be. Because it could be. I could do this, this, and this to investigate it further. And the conclusion I came to was that I don't know. It probably isn't night marchers, but it's fun to think it is.
Like so like you had that experience. Yeah, you can question what it was that you were seeing, and but to you do you think that the best explanation is the night? I can't understand the word. The night what?
Marchers.
Marchers. Okay.
I think that's the explanation I want it to be.
It was the lore behind the night marcher. Is that like a spirit? You said. What is
So
what?
they're the ancient spirits of warriors from the past, walking sacred trails with their torches and their drums.
Are there people that like reenact that?
Oh my god, he's missing the point.
I am missing the point. I'm sorry. Do you want to? I'm not sure what the point is. What is the point?
The point is that I don't know what it was.
But you think it was.
Declaring that it's something.
Declaring.
Why should she have a conclusion?
I don't think she. I mean, I definitely don't think she should. I think it would be interesting if they like came up and like said. What if they came up and said to her that they are the night marchers? Like
missing the point.
Okay.
Totally missing the point. Why would you come to a conclusion about your experience of I don't know?
So I don't think that I have come to a conclusion.
Oh, you haven't come to the conclusion that a god has been speaking to you and is necessarily an external source of a communication you claim to have had.
To me, that seems like I know this is going to sound loud, but the most likely case.
The most likely case of hearing a voice and communicating with it is that it is God.
Based on my interactions with it.
This is just proving my point again, Six. You are incapable of questioning this belief. You dodge it, you hide from it, you run from it. You are terrified to question, or you just are up here to, I don't know.
I think that's an interesting conclusion that you can make.
It's quite evident, Six. Every single time you come up here, every single time we approach this topic, you put 10 toes down on it must be this, and you do not question it. You refuse. You refuse every time. I don't know why.
I'm trying to question it. I'm answering the questions to the best of my...
What does that mean? Yeah, right. You're answering. You're not stopping to think about the answers. You're choosing the answers you've already come with and giving them as quickly as possible.
What's
Okay.
the difference between answering questions and engaging?
I guess the thought you put behind it, maybe? Is that... What do you think?
Do you think that you're here to answer questions, or do you think you're here to engage with them?
Engage with them. Which I'm trying
Do you think
to.
you answer them or engage with them?
I'm thinking about them. I think that's an interesting line of questioning, because like, what does it mean to engage with them as opposed to answering them, and how much thought should you put in, and how much thought would it take to be considered engagement over answering?
I think that's something you should take and think about.
It's fair.
Ron, did you have any questions for Six?
I do. I actually have a question.
Go for it.
Six, what do you think the reason for us asking questions is?
Something to do on TikTok, possibly. That would be the most honest answer, I think, is just at a certain, but maybe originally to like get people to question their beliefs, to think about things, to I don't know, to talk, to interact. There could be a bunch of reasons, I guess.
There could be a bunch of reasons, right?
Yeah. What is the reason to you? What do you like? What is your reason?
I ask questions because I want to know what someone thinks, why they think it, and where does that question actually go? In this specific moment, at least. I don't think that all questions are going to be the exact same reason.
I'm always curious on people's like understanding of things. Like that's why I like to come into these kind of lives, because like I like to get another perspective on other things and like interact with them.
Are you curious on your own perspective?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I feel like it's ever changing. Like I think that if I went back a year and tried to talk to my old self, that I don't think that I could convince my.
But you do realize that you having your belief changed right now and where you're at, that's a very slippery rock to stand on top of, yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, you said that a year ago you would have never believed that you would be where you are right now in the beliefs that you have.
Correct. So I guess it's fair to assume that maybe in a year from now I could have a totally new set of beliefs, because like that is something I've experienced.
Do you think this shows you in any kind of way that whatever you think and know about yourself and your reality and how much you know and understand it, you might not?
Yeah, I often get back to that I don't really know anything at all. That's usually where I land when I really think deep and hard about things, is like I really just don't know anything.
Yeah, I think for the most part, what people are looking for on this panel, and what we do is just questioning beliefs. It's not. I don't think that's very complicated. It's not this super deep thing that, you know, on the macro level. Just where are you coming from? Are you having doubts in your beliefs? Are you having doubts in your thoughts? Why are you thinking these things? How are you thinking these things?
I do definitely doubt a ton of things, especially like even my own experiences, and like what they mean, and like I tend to not like land on anything for a very long time. Like I might land on something and then an hour later think a different way about the same thing that I just thought about or thought I had a solid answer for. But I do hope that there's like something to me, like that I interacted with something. I don't know what it is. I tend to believe that it's God, but like the fact that there's something to interact with at all, um, is really the thing that intrigued me the most.
Are you afraid of giving the wrong answer?
Yeah, sure. Especially like if I'm talking to another believer, um, I'm very terrified to like maybe misguide them, maybe send them down something that is not true, is not right.
Well, Six, I'm talking about right now. Are you, when we ask you these questions, are you afraid to give us the wrong answer?
I don't know that there are wrong answers to a lot of the questions that you guys ask. I think right and
Yeah,
wrong.
I don't think so either. But that's not the question I'm asking though. I'm asking, do you feel like you're afraid to give the wrong answer?
I would have to say no because of that. Because like I don't feel like there is a right answer, so I can't really be afraid to give the wrong one.
Okay.
I do very well. I am trying to question the belief, whether or not like it comes off that way. I kind of like interpreted it as like you guys ask questions, and that is sort of questioning it.
When you're questioning your own belief, what is your goal?
To try to find new perspectives that I might not have considered prior to. Perspectives as you can, and maybe someone can shed a light that I didn't see or didn't consider. I've had Kat do that a number of times in our previous conversation.
Sorry.
That's okay. 6.
Yes.
What would it mean for you to be wrong about your experience with God?
Like, how would I find out I'm wrong? Like, would it be like I at the end, like let's say, like I meet this
My
God?
question is, my question is, if you're having these experiences and you've come to the conclusion that it must be God, what if you found out later that you were wrong? That it wasn't God, that it was your own mind or something influencing it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Would it affect who you are?
Yeah, I think so. Especially depending on how I found out. Because, like, it totally flipped my world view upside down to begin with. So then to have it, I suppose, flipped back wouldn't be so bad, but, like, it would really depend on how I came across, like, that I'm wrong. Like, how that was proved to me. Like, did I like, find out that I had, like, the brain tumor or, like, some sort of, I don't know. I'm not sure, like, what it would be that would be the proof that I was wrong. But I would definitely want to know if I was wrong, if I am wrong, yes.
how do you think you could find out if you were wrong?
Like, I suppose there could be a bunch of different ways that I could. So like, for example, like the brain tumor thing, like if I got an MRI, like that could, but even then, I suppose that wouldn't rule out that allowed me some sort of contact to something. So that would be interesting too.
No problem.
What was that?
Anytime you start to like get into a questioning place, you find an excuse to go back to the God.
I was just the thought came to me that like that necessarily wouldn't be proof that it wasn't God.
Right, you keep
It would
making
definitely be good
excuses
evidence.
to go back to that.
I just acknowledge that the possibility that wouldn't necessarily prove that I was, you know what I mean, like but I think that it would be a lot of very good evidence. I think that would definitely throw a totally different thing into the mix if I were to find something like that out, or like
But what might prove it? So, not what's pretty good evidence, but what might prove to you that you were mistaken?
So to me, that would be that would probably be like at the end where I was like if I met this God after I passed away, and he was like, actually, bro, I never, we never talked. You know what I mean? Like that you were talking to some demon, or you were just imagining things, or you know what I mean? Like that would be to me the most confirming evidence. I don't know what else would really be good.
So, to clarify, the only way that you could prove to yourself that you hadn't talked to God is to talk to God. This is not questioning 6. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate you giving it an effort, but this is very clearly as many toes in the sand as you can dig in.
I understand. I appreciate you letting me know.
I appreciate you coming up. Yeah, I do appreciate you coming up and being respectful. And maybe we'll talk again some other time.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, 6, for coming up and trying to question. It certainly seemed like there was a wall up, but maybe you are trying and maybe just missing.
I
think so. I think we were about to end the live here pretty soon, and then we managed to get some really, interesting guests, so really appreciate all of you. I do see one more in queue, but I don't know if they meant to. We could give it a shot. One monad. Did you mean to join us?
Yes, but you're closing now?
We'll end it after you. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't stick to beliefs. I tend to sway away from them. And concrete beliefs at least. But I'm very leaning towards considering a lot of different perspectives. Right now, in my past, I've looked into Gnosticism a lot. And that perspective. And right now, I've just recently been introduced to a religious system called Illuminism, which is the philosophical system that the Pythagorean Illuminati invest their thoughts in. And I don't know if that has anything to do with the conspiracy theory Illuminati, but it's just what they call themselves. So it's a technically advanced form of Gnosticism that uses mathematics and philosophy to explain reality. So I've been testing the waters.
This is what your belief is leaning toward.
I'm giving it some space to, occupy my mind, I guess. I'm testing it. I'm looking at it.
The real question is, do you believe that there is a higher power intending things and interacting in some way?
No. Not yet, at least. No, not that I will believe in it, but I don't think that one exists yet. I think one may exist in the future, or at some point of now, one may develop. I don't rule out that potentiality. Or one has been, but I look around myself and I don't see the presence of something that's benign, or not benign, but benevolent. If the one
So you don't see the presence of a benevolent thing, and do you see the presence of a creator being? Something that intended all to exist?
No way. No, I think that, Gnosticism kind of pushes the idea that everything came into one collective mind and it became bored with itself. So in an act of divine suicide, it exploded, and then everything came into existence and then organized itself accordingly. So that's something I held as a belief.
Unfortunately, one monad, I can't keep you up after you use a word like that on TikTok Live. Appreciate you coming up, though. But
What did I use?
Can't discuss topics of self-harm. Can't do that. Well, I mean, we can discuss is a quick way to get a flag. One monad, I appreciate you coming up. I do. I really do. And I think maybe another time we might be able to question. And who knows where you might be at by then. Maybe it'll be our next live, which, well, I mean, it could be tonight, but it probably won't be. I think I need a night. I haven't decided. I never do until the last minute, do I? W night off. Maybe I need one. But either way, I think we're reaching the end of this one. This night has been long and it wants to end. Well, it has ended in most places. Thank you all so much for being here. I really do appreciate every one of you. I do. It's discouraging sometimes when I just want to come in here and question the beliefs of those with their assumptions, and well, there's few to none. But we had a decent morning and a few people to question, so it seems like, well, we got somewhere after all. Thank you, Mika. I appreciate you. Really do. Thank you, Aaron. Both of you helped us get ourselves back on track, and I needed that. So thank you. And thank you, Duragon. Appreciate you. Really do. Great questions. I hope you're doing well today, and do the things you mean to do. And it goes for all of you. I'm gonna go ahead and set you both down, but I really do appreciate you both so much. Big W's to Kat and to Durgan. And all of you, thank you so much for being here. Whether you came in just to tap the screen and share the live and give us all that engagement, or leave your questions in the comments, or if you just came in to fall asleep. Either way, I really appreciate every one of you being here. And big W's for the mods. We couldn't do this without you. I do appreciate you. I get frustrated sometimes when it feels like this isn't working, and I don't blame any of you. I don't blame anyone here. Sometimes I blame myself. And maybe I shouldn't be so hard. Thank you. Even the host. Thank you, Mika. And if anyone watching wants to join this community, wants to see what we do behind the scenes between the lives, well, you can always join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio. Either one will take you there. You just got to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to those rules, you should find out you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, that's always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference in the world. Cat's definitely selling the Discord down there. Chess, Wordle, Chaos, Gremlins, face reveals. Maybe. You have to join to find out. In any event, thank you all so much for being here. And, what am I forgetting? There's gotta be one thing. Oh yeah, there really is. Only one thing left. I mean, of course, did I forget? I forgot to plug the website, didn't I? Yep, I did. You can check out Batcolyte.com to see, what's unfurling there. There's hopefully going to be new things all the time, and if I do get that night off, well, I'll probably unfurl quite a bit. But on that note, there really is only one thing left. You say you're certain in your knowing, and all that knowing you've accrued. You're so lucky to have such knowing, while others merely conclude. Now your knowing builds on other knowing, like a tower stacked in you, cemented by the knowing that your knowing must be true. And when someone questions all that knowing, well, you know what to do. Dismiss the knowing in their question, because your knowing knows more than they ever knew. But their knowing has a knowing, and that knowing knows what's true. It knows that the knowing that you know is a knowing that you never really knew. Still, every knower keeps on knowing the other's knowing is askewed, since knowing is the art of holding whatever one wants to have construed. Yet the knowing of your knowing is not the knowing you once knew. It's the knowing born of habit, a reflex to hold your view. So you know that you are knowing, and you know that they don't know. And they know that they're knowing, a kind of knowing you could never grow. But knowing new knowing on any old knowing can't make the knowledge true. It only grows the quiet fiction that knowing is even what you do. But doubt is also a kind of knowing, in a softer, humbler view. A knowing that all this knowing is a mask that we talk through. And when the knowing finally falters, if you can freeze that point of view, you may find that every knower is only guessing what could be true. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.